Oh yeah, Black Sun in the hizzle, all for shizzle dizzle. All right, y'all. So we waiting on the live stream here with Donald Trump. Let's click on over. Yeah, as you can see, we early. We here to oh yeah, waiting on right side. So yeah, shout out to RSBN and yeah, interesting turn of events today. As you know, I've been following that case with Fannie Willis, and Fannie Willis stated, and I didn't even notice that she stated that um, real quick that she had no special knowledge, but then in the deposition she admitted that she called Jocelyn Wade a hoe and all that. Damn, Fanny. And the attorney pointed that out. So, interesting. You calling the hoe, you getting into the nigga shit. You goddamn contradicted yourself saying you had no knowledge. You had no special knowledge. Not Wade, you, Fannie Willis, called Jocelyn Wade a hoe. In so many words, you didn't outright say it, but you said that basically she messed around on. So it seems that you got special knowledge. And the attorney, Jocelyn Wade's attorney, pointed that out. Good move. Good move. So, okay, we're going to waiting here for this to start. So I will mute my mic and yeah, we will get started. Let me remove myself and mute myself out. Well, I guess I can talk until this thing gets started. We're waiting for this thing to get started, y'all. Waiting for this thing to get started. Okay, yep, we can go full screen. I'll just play some music while we're waiting here. Play some music. Play a little bit of music. Let's see. Yeah, we'll do this. Final chapter for Nikki. Okay, y'all, we're waiting on, like I said, we're waiting on. All right, y'all, we're getting started. Oh, getting started. All right.
Good evening, everybody. We are live here in Nashua, New Hampshire at President Trump's watch party here for election night 2024 here in New Hampshire. Welcome in, everybody. Brian Glenn live. Giving you continual coverage of the primary 2024. We've got Matthew Alvarez, who we'll check into a little bit later, who is out on location at a place called Red Arrow Diner. It's pretty much a staple here in New Hampshire. I was there earlier today and at an event, and it was packed with political pundits and commentators and podcasters and news outlets, really trying to capture the heartbeat of what is New Hampshire. The first in the nation, and they've done it for a while, and they have made sure that they were first in the nation, no matter what the GOP or even the Democratic Party has anything to say about it. They have it written in their rules that they're going to be the first regardless, and that's what it is tonight. Now, obviously, this is following up on the heels of the Iowa caucus, where we saw a very dominating performance from President Trump in that caucus over both Haley and DeSantis. And, of course, since then, we've had Ron DeSantis drop out of the race, leaving it pretty much a two-man race at this point here in New Hampshire. Now, what's up for grabs is we got 1,215 delegates to go until we get an official GOP nomination. But by the hearing a lot of the experts talk, and especially hearing from President Trump and some of his supporters earlier today, we do feel like after tonight, the GOP primary is, for all intents and purposes, over. And one of the biggest questions that people have been asking is, will Nikki Haley, if she has a poor performance tonight, will she drop out ahead of the Nevada caucus there, and of course certainly ahead of South Carolina? That is yet to be seen. I anticipate that will not happen. I think that she's going to hang in for a little bit, despite what the next two elections bring for her. But people are excited here, and we'll share this at the bottom of the hour. I had an opportunity to jump in the motorcade with President Trump and go to a local high school about 30 minutes from where we're at, to kind of at a voting location to talk to some supporters there and really get an indication of what the people feel like on Election Day. You know, it's all about turnout, and every one of the rallies we've had so far, that's been pretty much the main message, is to get out the vote, swarm the polls. You know, it's one of those things where the president often talks about voter turnout being key to not only the victory in the GOP nomination race, but also in the general election against Biden in November, presuming it is Biden. That turnout is key, and we often use the language swamp the polls and get out there and make it overwhelming. So that's what they're hoping to today. And I did see some reports earlier on some local news sites, and they have reported slightly slower attendance today, voting slightly lower than normal. I have not seen any updates on that, so maybe perhaps people were a little bit late start to get there. But we'll go over some of the stats of New Hampshire here in just a second. But I do want to talk about our good friends over at Truly Office. Now, this is Patriots, got to listen up. You know, you don't want your data tracked. You don't want your privacy exposed. You don't want your personal data exposed. You want your privacy intact. Check out trulyoffice.com. It's an all-American alternative to Microsoft Office. So if you like all the things that Microsoft Office offers, then you will certainly like Truly Office. It doesn't track your data. There's no more expensive subscriptions to keep up with. They don't sell your privacy, your personal data to outsourcing companies. You have complete control of all of this, and they want to help you not only grow your business and grow and protect your data as well. Go to trulyoffice.com/rumble. That is trulyoffice.com/rumble. Very special offer for today's broadcast. And you know, we love when great American patriotic companies step up and they are able to essentially provide a service, and they have the same values that you and I have. So go check it out. trulyoffice.com/rumble. trulyoffice.com/rumble. Okay, so we're here. I'll step aside just for a second so you get an idea of the room that we're in. We're in the Sheraton here. It's a beautiful hotel. This is one of the probably the largest facility, I would say, in Nashua at this point to be able to do something like this. But we are glad that you're here with us today, as we are. That's beautiful, the way they have the flags laid out back there. But this is one of those great examples how, you know, this from day one, this has all been about, you know, capturing the essence of this America First agenda and getting back to the President Trump's agenda, and really shining a spotlight on all of the problems that we have in this country from the failed policies of the Biden administration, and getting this America First agenda back. So on a night like tonight, obviously I expect no less than what you see here today. And if we're going to go over some of the facts on New Hampshire and some of the facts of things that are been, you know, happening to this state, the reason why they're in this state, this is a Republican state. 2/3 of this of New Hampshire, they describe themselves as somewhat conservative. Hence, they do have a Republican governor, Chris Sununu. So one would argue that he's certainly not the most conservative governor that we in the country, but nevertheless, he is a Republican, and he has, stated openly that he is all about supporting President Trump if indeed he is the nominee. Of course, right now he's backed Nikki Haley, which is good to hear that you've had some, someone from your party that may not agree with you politically, but at the end of the day, they will get behind you. Now, last night we were in Rochester, New Hampshire, and we had a rally there. And of course, Tim Scott came out, who just recently endorsed President Trump. Also had Doug Burgum, governor of North Dakota. And then we also had Vivek Ramaswamy come out and speak for a few minutes on behalf of the president. So he's picked up some key endorsements. And I actually said this the other day, and I think this is very interesting, and I'd like to get your thoughts on it. I think that as far as endorsements go, they don't necessarily mean a whole lot. If President Trump gets endorsements from a candidate, that weighs a lot less than if President Trump endorses a candidate. I think the endorsement weight certainly is on from a Trump endorsement rather than someone, putting a endorsement onto him. So, but nevertheless, we'll take these endorsements. I do think it does show a sign of unity for the most part. So we've got that, and of course, this country is very much divided right now. You have, if you look at the polling, depending on who who does this poll, I've seen everything from Trump being at 52%. I've seen as high as 60 in certain cases. I've seen Nikki Haley anywhere from 19 to 21. So she's got in the low 20s, high teens on that. Some of the political experts are saying that if President Trump does not win this thing in a 60-plus margin, in other words, if he doesn't drop 60 points on the board and leaves Haley down in the teens or even single digits, that this could be potentially a loss for Trump. And I don't understand how they factor that in, that in fact that getting a 52 percentage point win on any race is a sizable win. And so you tack on a 61 point lead, that is huge. I don't know if we're going to get between, I think we fall anywhere between 51 and maybe 56% is what I'm thinking on this. Of course, you might pick up some votes coming in from the DeSantis camp. Obviously, the voters are all over the place. I saw a great segment the other day from a wide range of voters. You had the never Trumpers, who doesn't matter what Trump does or what Trump says or who's in the running, they're simply never going to vote for President Trump. And so you just kind of write those guys off. They're going to write in someone else. And you have a voter that perhaps was a Ron DeSantis voters, and they are, if you look at ideally, they're going to vote in terms of America First agenda, because DeSantis, for the most part, did shadow a lot of President Trump's policy. So I do see a high percentage of DeSantis voters going over to President Trump. You may even have some, you never know, you might have some never Trumpers in there as well. Then you go to the independents, and depending on what the topic is on an independent vote, which a lot of it is the border. So you even have a lot of moderate Democrats and that may be leaning to the center of an independent, or definitely getting the vote for President Trump in terms of the border. That's been one of the single issues that resonated so strongly with that particular voter. Then you have what I call the country club Republican. You have the establishment. These are the guys that back in the day would have been the Bush voter, would have been the Romney voter, would have been the old school Republican. Those guys, if you look at what happened in 2020, sadly, you had people from the Bush camp saying they would rather vote for President Biden than President Trump. Now, how true that would be today, I don't know, because you're now looking at such a dismal economy right now, and the problems in the world are to a point that I think just throwing your vote to a Democrat because you don't particularly like President Trump would be foolish. And I think that they know that the America First agenda is the agenda to secure this country. So there's all your voters right there as far as the Democrats. Now, I mean, as far as the Republicans goes. As far as Democrats, it's interesting to note that Joe Biden is a write-in candidate for the Democrat primary. He's not on the ballot. You have to write him in. Now, what he tried to do for so long is he tried to move the First in the Nation primary from New Hampshire out to another state because of the fact that he would start off basically behind, if you will. And if you look at what happened in 2020 here in New Hampshire, he in fact lost. He got fifth place, if that shows you anything like that. So 2/3 of people here in this state consider themselves a conservative, and so you got different shades of that, obviously. So, but tonight we'll see exactly what that is. Brian Glenn, if you're just now joining us, we're live in Nashua, New Hampshire, just on the other side of the Massachusetts border. This is the Trump watch party. This is where he is anticipated later tonight to make a speech, obviously, once he wraps up the primary here. So we'll also bring that to you live. Matthew Alvarez is on the ground at a Red Arrow Diner. It's in Manchester. We'll check in with him. Now, I was there earlier in the day, a very patriotic place, a lot of pictures on the wall. It seems like about every president in the last 30, 40 years have been in that diner, along with local celebrities. I just found out that Adam Sandler grew up about 2 blocks from that particular location. So we'll learn a lot about that as well. And plus, we were able to kind of roll with President Trump a little bit earlier today in his motorcade up to a Londonderry high school, about 33 minutes away from here. We've got some footage from that as well. If you want to see that footage, an extended footage, we also have that up on Rumble and YouTube. You can go check that out. But we're glad you're here. Now, obviously, let's just think of this in a way. If you talk about an NFL season, by the way, this is week 2, okay, of a long campaign season. So this is week 2. We got Iowa's week 1. We got that wrapped up. Now we're in New Hampshire. That's week 2. We'll go over to the West Coast on week 3, and then week 4 we got South Carolina. So talking to voters, some of the biggest concerns right now, and it's no news to you and I, is the border. And of course, you've got a standoff in Texas between the federal government and Governor Greg Abbott. Now, what's interesting to point out, I asked President Trump about that standoff earlier today. We've got some sound on that. You can hear that momentarily. But there is a standoff, and it's something that we have covered as soon as the election was over in 2020. I made my way down to the border. I knew exactly what was going on. I saw the border construction come to a complete halt. I saw the equipment on the ground. I saw the steel rebarb on the ground. I saw the concrete that was just about to be poured, trucks ready to do it. And it looks like a work site just got abandoned on a lunch break, and those guys never came back. And it was like that for a long time, even to so long that the materials on the ground at the border for the most part had to be scrapped, and they were no longer in use. So this is something we've been dealing with for a long time. We're going to find the effects of that here in just a second. Let's talk about our friends over at freetrumpbook.com. This is one of the greatest things that we sell here on this network, and it's easy because you're not going to hear about the accomplishments of President Trump from many of the people in the media here. You're not going to learn it on the University of TikTok or the College of Instagram, but you can learn it in a book. It's a Kid's Guide to President Trump. It's absolutely free. You pay a small shipping and handling. The information for that is on your screen. Check it out, freetrumpbook.com. And you know what? It's one great way to really share all of the accomplishments of the president. You can, I suggest buy it for your local, school. Give it to your library. You can also put it in your church, in your library at your church. But go check it out. The Kid's Guide to President Trump, freetrumpbook.com. That is freetrumpbook.com. Okay, so the border. We talk about the opioids that have come in this country. This is odd. I was down in a restaurant in this hotel earlier, preparing for the show. They had a story on that 3 were found dead and linked to a possible drug overdose. Now, this state is a state of addiction, and I was talking to some locals here during the week, and they said, yeah, this is, per capita, New Hampshire has an extreme drug problem. It's extremely an addictive state when it comes to opioids and other drugs, and one of the reasons for that is the open border from the south, and granted they have Canada's to the north of them, but this open border to the south of us, it goes a long way, and those drugs travel throughout the country of a network of traffickers and makes its way even to the neighborhoods here in New Hampshire. I just thought it was sad that I'm sitting in a restaurant watching TV, and all of a sudden I'm seeing that there are some possible overdoses today, perhaps linked to opioids. So it really resonates in this community, and you can see it. You can see the hurt on people's faces when they talk about losing a loved one to a drug overdose, and you hear the stories. I know that in the Homeland Security just the other day, they had some parents of kids that were either died of an overdose, or were one poor mother talked about her daughter being raped and murdered by an MS-13 gang member who had been in this country illegally through the border, and basically had a couple of dealings with the police, with the law enforcement, but was never sent back. Was sent to back on the streets, and they would get him again, and they would send him to a halfway house or a foster home, and then ultimately murdered this 17-year-old young girl. So these stories aren't few and far between. They're all the time, and of course, if you follow some of the stories along the Texas border, in particular, these counties that do the Rio Grande, you see these car chases. You see these instances where these coyotes are picking up they're basically a carrier vehicle. Most of the time those vehicles are stolen, by the way. It'll be a minivan, a pickup truck, an SUV. They'll come and pick up a load of illegals, and they're paid to basically move them out of the area. Well, in the process on that, they might get picked up by law enforcement. They might pick them up for a traffic violation, and then what happens at that point is they will trail these individuals, and a lot of times they end up in some kind of tragic accident. This happens all the time. This is not something that's a once-in-a-while ordeal. I've been in South Texas. I've had these law enforcement agencies tell me this. This happens all the time along the southern border. We just only hear about it every once in a while. If God bless them, Bill Malugin, Fox News does an excellent job on the border, Bill Burkholm and some other ones, but we only hear about it if a reporter is down there at the particular moment. But this thing happens all the time. So the border is definitely a top priority. Coming in at number 2, no doubt, is the economy. Now, granted, we have seen gas prices pull back some since the peak last summer. That is good news, but at the same time, we've also seen our petroleum oil reserves be drained to a level, if we look back 2 years ago, drained to a level to dilute the amount of oil on the market, to falsely bring down the price of gas in in kind of a way that is not meant to be. These petroleum oil reserves are meant for times of war, natural disasters, or hurricanes, or shipping lanes that are shut down, or oil rig is shut down. That's when you dip into your petroleum oil reserves. You don't do it to bring down the price of gasoline. That's a false way of doing that. And then what happens is you have to refill these oil reserves, and certainly you're refilling them at a much higher price on oil than you was when you filled them up in the first place. So this is something, and President Trump talks about this, and he talks about the $1.87, $1.79 gas wherever you live on his last day in office. And he warned us of the $5, $6, $7 gas, and at the time it almost seemed comical that gas would get that high, but sure enough, it did, and of course we pulled back a little bit. But the economy's there. If you want to look at interest rates, I don't know if you have anybody in your life that just bought a house recently. I don't know anyone who just bought a house, and that due to the fact that the interest rates or about double of what they was back in what they were in 2016 and 2020. So, interest rates are higher, which means it costs you more to finance high dollar goods like a house, like a car. Credit card debt is skyrocketing. 60% of Americans use their credit card to pay for monthly bills, and they rely more on a credit card to pay their monthly power bill and things like that, their monthly bills. And so that's something that's not healthy for an economy. But yet this past week, reports came out that the consumer sentiment was high and that Americans were very optimistic about the economy. And of course, we have seen some highs in the Dow and some other indexes, which is good news. I personally think the fundamentals on these stocks the PE ratios don't really match what they're doing right now. But nevertheless, we've had.
What's going on? What's going on, brother?
I'm good.
Cool deal, cool deal. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Josh. Shout out to Darton. Shout out to Deacon. Let's see who else is up in here. Who else is up in here, man? Shout out, man. Shout out. Yeah, man. So, yeah, just waiting for this thing to get started, man.
Mm-hmm. Oh, thanks earlier for showing up my live.
What happened?
So thanks for coming to my live earlier.
Oh, yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, of course, man. Yeah, oh, yeah. Shit. Thanks for having me. Shit. Yeah, man. Shit. Yeah, man. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, right after your live, man, oh, man, I damn got knocked out, man. Shit.
Mm.
Yeah, this damn weather, man. This weather. Huh?
Ooh. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just chilling, man. Shit, just chilling here. Shoot. Man. Okay, let's play the video.
Federal crime to do something on a minor. So that is certainly something that gets a lot of applause from the president here every time he talks about it. It is 6:27 here locally. In a few minutes, we're going to go to Matthew Alvarez. He's got a great setup there at the Red Arrow Diner there in Manchester. We're going to go to him here in a little bit. But then before we do that, we are going to, let me check my rundown here. I'm going to see if we go to, we'll toss to earlier. I had an opportunity to ride with President Trump in his motorcade to go to Londonderry High School as he made a surprise visit to a voting place. We were along for the ride. This is what it looked like.
just a little bit.
I'm going to do him. Come on, I'll do
How you doing? Good. After the win tonight, would you then shift and pivot your focus on the national or the general
Well, I
election?
think I've shifted there already. I mean, I'm looking at Biden. Biden is the worst president in the history of our country. We've never had anybody like him. Jimmy Carter's the happiest man alive today. You know why? His presidency looks brilliant by comparison to Biden. The worst president we've ever had. What he's done to our country, what he's done to the border with millions of people pouring in. People from prisons, from mental institutions, and terrorists are pouring into our country. They do nothing about it. And we're going to be paying a big price, but we'll handle the whole thing. But what they have done to this country is very... That's why you have the people here. How are you? Nice to see you.
Good to see you, sir.
Nice to see you.
How important is it for the party to unify behind you after
We're going to
tonight?
unify the party. The party's going to be unified. It already is unifying. When you look at a crowd like this, and they had no idea I was coming. In fact, 20 minutes ago, I had no idea I was coming. You want to know the truth? They had no idea. And you look at a crowd like this, we're going to have a big victory. We're going to have a big victory. You doing okay?
I am.
I love this guy. And this one and that one. Say it.
Nikki Haley says she won't drop out of this race no matter what happens.
Well, she may not. I don't care if she drops out. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, she said she'd never run. Remember that? So what did that mean? She said, I will never run because he was a great president. I will never run. Then she started running. So what she said doesn't matter, right? Because it doesn't... oftentimes she'll say things that she doesn't mean. But I think that she's worked very hard. But I couldn't care less. If she drops out, that's fine. And if she doesn't... But we go... Next stop is Nevada, where we won 100% because nobody... They looked at the polling. I was at 94%, and they didn't register. They didn't want to pay the fee to register. So we win 100% of Nevada, and then we go to South Carolina, and I think I'm winning by 50%. And we have support of almost every... Is it 70? I'm 70. Am I 70? If you said 70, I'm going to sign you out. If you said 70, I'm going to sign his hat. He's got to be a Trump guy.
You'll be 4-0 after the first four primaries.
Look, you always look at this still politics, and this one should be great. So Iowa last week, we thought we were going to do well. We had no idea. We ended up at a tremendous number. That was an all-time record. And maybe we do it today.
I heard some of the networks say that if he didn't win by 62 points,
Well, no, they'll set something. They'll say if we didn't win by 114%. Here you go, man. Look at the hair on that guy. Look at the hair. Elvis is back, man. That's pretty good hair. Huh?
President, how do you feel about this crowd
You
today?
can't wear a hat. You'll disturb your hair.
How do you feel about the crowd today coming out for you?
Well, I think it's amazing because nobody knew. 10 minutes ago, I didn't know I was going to be here. And I came here, I said, look at the people. These people are here to vote for us, and that's a great honor. Now I really feel we might have a chance of a really big day. We're going to make America great again. We're going to make that border so good, so strong, so powerful. The border, I think, has become the biggest issue now. You know, it was number 3, 4, it was always up there. I did such a good job in 2016 that in 2020 it wasn't an issue. The border wasn't even talked about. I wanted to talk about the border. Nobody wanted to talk. This makes the 2016 situation look like nothing. This is the worst border that any country probably has ever had. And I don't think Biden has any idea what he's doing to destroy this country.
Can you comment on what's going on in Texas with Greg Abbott in the Supreme Court rule?
Well, that was a surprising ruling, very surprising. But we'll get it straightened out because basically they gave the power to the federal government. I understand that, but when I'm in the federal government, they can put up all the wire they want. Okay, they can put up all the wire they want. Thank you, everybody. Get in and vote. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time out here. Get in and vote. Here, take a hat. Here, ready? So long, everybody.
All right, thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go.
Just what a great time there at the high school. Obviously, like President Trump said, there was no advance notice that he was going to show up, and just a lot of supporters outside that high school in general, just cheering on the people coming up, and just, you know, obviously trying to convince people that President Trump is the right choice. And so obviously when he rolls up and the Secret Service kind of rolls in in front of him, people start to really think, like, what's going on here? And so obviously President Trump coming out and really taking the time, and we got an extended version of this stop that perhaps we can play later. You can go check it out on our Rumble page of this trip. And so he really takes the time to talk to as many people as he can. We'll get to a little bit more of that in just a second, but I do want to talk about our friends over at Tax Network USA. Now listen, there is nothing more stressful than owing back taxes right now. Whether or not you owe for a year, 2 years, 10 years, it doesn't matter. Tax Network USA can help you crawl out from under the burden of owing back taxes, and so don't let that get the best of you. The information for that, to get ahead, is on your screen. Tax Network USA. They will help you lower your tax bill. They have done that thing for years. They have absolutely convinced the American people that, hey, we can help you. Give us an opportunity and let you sleep a little bit better at night. Like I said, it doesn't matter if you own $1,000 or $10,000 or $100,000. They can help you do it. They've saved millions to some of our viewers. So please, the information for that is on your screen. Tax Network USA, a proud partner in today's broadcast. So if you want to think about, like, President Trump walked around, talked to just about everyone that was on that front lines. I had one guy yell, "Hey, President Trump, I'm a first-time voter. I'm a new voter. This is the first election I've ever voted in. Will you sign my hat?" And of course, he signed his hat, took a picture with him. But a lot of supports and a lot of people that come to these events and that have a chance to see the president are basically, they've all got a personal story. They've all got some type of, reason why they're there. You've got people that have fled. Other countries to come here for political persecutions. A lot of people in the Chinese Americans, and you got a lot of people from far Asia have been here. You've got people that have come over here for a better life. You got people who say, "Look, I was on January 6th. I've got a brother, I got a sister that are unlawfully detained, and now they're getting a court date, and all kinds of stories." And he listens to every single one of them. I just got to tell you, he is not out there for the photo op. He is not out there to pull up and take some pictures and have some video sprayed on him. He is genuinely there to listen to the American people, and I have seen it absolutely every single time I've been with that man. He loves this country and he loves the people, and he's doing it for you and he's doing it for me. So it's just a wonderful experience to be able to do that today earlier. And if you missed that, we'll re-rack that a little bit later in our broadcast. It's 6:37. I want to look over some of the tracking polls right now. Right now I've got President Trump at 53%, Haley at 36%, and Ron DeSantis still 7%. I don't know what that's going to look like. And we said earlier, what does that look like in an election, and where will those DeSantis voters go? So I know one of the networks was saying that if he did not win or did not drop 60% on this poll, that would almost be viewed as a failure. And this was coming from a Republican strategist, and that's probably one of the biggest problems I have with most people. It's not with Democrats. My biggest problem is with the Republican Party, believe it or not. And you guys have heard me rant about this until I'm blue in the face. We have a problem of consultants. We have some of the fundraising people involved in that. They have taken some of these people and they have run that horse down the track just for profit, and I think it's really disrupted the political process here, and have really ruined certain people's political campaigns. And one would almost argue in a way that Ron DeSantis, without a doubt, is probably one of the best governors in this country as of right now, and has been in a long time. And I think that to think that its urgency to get into this race, and some would say way too early, and with not listening to people saying, look, let President Trump get this second term, lock up the problems, put them to bed, get this country back on track, and then and then you can certainly do that again later. All right, we're going to toss it to Matthew Alvarez, who is live at the Red Arrow Diner in Manchester. Matthew, what's going on?
Good evening, Brian. Yeah, we are here at the Red Arrow Diner live in Manchester, a restaurant rich in political history, of course, as you saw that photo there of President Trump. There have been a number of candidates that have showed up to this diner just in 2023 alone. I'm told the only one that hasn't been here is Mike Pence. But I'll tell you, this place has a lot of rich political history and a lot of really good food. We just had some waffles and an omelet, and it is definitely very good stuff. There are people, of course, from New Hampshire here, but people from all around the country actually stop here at the Red Arrow Diner. And I actually ran into Joe and Ira, who are here for business, and I'm going to kind of sit next to them right here. How you doing, Joe? So they're from McAllen, Texas, and I've actually been there before. I remember I was on a mission trip down there, right across the border to Reynosa. And he lives 6 miles from the border. So let's talk the border right now. I mean, what's it like to live that close to the southern border?
You know, it's the Emerald of the Valley, McAllen is, right? And it's very, very nice. But as you know, you're well aware, there's a lot going on these days.
There sure is. What would you like to see with the federal government and the state government now that the federal government and the Supreme Court has ruled, hey, the state really can't do much right now? Well, or can they?
I think they can. I think they should. You know, with the razor wire, I think that you're talking about, that is just something that they have to get by. I mean, they've got to figure out. It doesn't make any sense, and it doesn't make sense to the locals that are down there why you would cut the razor wire.
What is it like for you, though, and is this your wife?
Yes.
What is it like for you and your family to live down there? Is there an ounce of concern or fear, or really what is it like, boots on the ground?
No, well, boots on the ground, it's a safe community, right? They always talk about it being safe, and I remember one time I was talking with an acquaintance. He was with the FBI, and we have more feds, more FBI than, say, like of all of Miami-Dade County, and the population doesn't match, right? So we have DEA, CIA, everything down there. All the acronyms are there. So as far as law enforcement, yeah, that's there. But, you know, there's the high-speed chases that we have to deal with all the time. They bail out. They do splashdowns, which is they'll turn the drugs around and they'll just head for the river, and they just drive the truck right in the river and start driving or swimming back.
So between 2016 and 2020, what was your concern level then under President Trump? And then now with the 2020 election that Biden allegedly won, what is it like, the difference between both presidents?
Okay, so at that time back with Trump, everything got really quiet and calm. It's amazing what's happened in the last 3 years. It's incredible. It's hard to explain. It's hard to put into words, really. I mean, which is why you're here. But it is the people. I mean, it's a blue area there, right? We're not strong Republicans by any means in that area. I am. We are. But I've got family that's with the Border Patrol. They're overwhelmed. It's just a fact that we have to sort of put up with things. It doesn't matter what neighborhood you're in. You can have the wealthiest of neighborhoods or the poorest of the neighborhoods, and you'll have the stash houses and the human trafficking that goes on. It's pretty sad. For the human trafficking, it's really bad.
And you mentioned something I haven't heard before when you just said we are strong Republicans. Why are you a strong Republican? What is it about you that says, you know what, I am believing in the Republican way?
Well, I think for us, one of our biggest things is we've got 14 going on 15 grandkids, and I think about our future. I mean, I was raised very conservative, and I think mostly it's just the things, again, that's come up in the last 3 years that is just so far out of bounds to me.
being here in New Hampshire for the primary right now, I mean, you're obviously right in the thick of it, you know? I mean, all eyes are on the Granite State, the media from around, not only local, national, and international here. What's it like to be right here so close to a crucial primary?
Well, we're kind of taking it in. I mean, that was one of the reasons why we came up here, and particularly to this diner. It's important. Our system is important, and that's what we tell our kids and even our grandkids, that the importance of voting, the importance of having pride in your nation, having a lot of the values that I think that I hold and brought up in that type of a family.
Last question for you. How is the spaghetti?
This is amazing. This is a chicken parm, and she had the shrimp. But I tell you what, I haven't had anything like this in a long time. This is delicious.
We'll have to do breakfast, lunch, and dinner here
You must.
at the Red Arrow Diner. So, once again, thank you so much, Joe.
Very much.
Ira, thank you so much. Safe travels back to the Lone Star State. And, so it's, again, a great spot to be when it comes to all things politics, when it's the Red Arrow Diner. Now, there are 4 locations in the region here in the New Hampshire area. So this is the one, though, that is 102 years old. So it's been around for more than a century. Plenty of political figures and celebrities. I've seen a number of photos throughout this place. They even have, if we want to show it here, Gage, name tags of where famous people have sat. So I'm not sure which one this is. This is Paul Newman right here. Oh, and Adam Sandler is over here as well. So, I mean, yeah, just a lot of celebrity and also political, heads of state and a lot of dignitaries here at the Red Arrow Diner. So, obviously, tonight's going to be a huge night, and it is a huge night as we have Brian Glenn live at that watch party at that Sheraton Hotel that we were at last night. And I'll tell you, you can just sense the energy in the state because this, as I mentioned, is a very crucial primary, as we are the first in the nation primary here in New Hampshire, and then on to Nevada for the February 8th caucus. It's been a long week when it comes to many campaign stops. I mean, President Trump probably put thousands of miles on Trump Force One when it comes to just flights back and forth from Florida to New York and in New Hampshire in that kind of rotation. But President Trump, of course, doing the thing that he desires to do, and that's put America first, and that's what we see with the people at all of the events that I was at this week here in New Hampshire. I mean, packed crowds at the arena the other night in Manchester. It was a large arena, and it was wild to see that people would still wait outside in that bitter cold, just like you guys that live in Iowa did, 4:45. So, a lot of coverage tonight right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you'd like to follow me, I'm at Matthew Alvarez on Truth Social. But actually, also follow RSBN at RSBN as well as I kind of move around a little bit here at the diner. I can tell you also that there's that newsletter for Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. You get some exclusive offers and exclusive content in there. So I haven't talked to this guy yet, so I want to see if he's all right with talking. Would you want to do a quick interview? No, that's okay. So we can't, from the camera angle, I won't be able to walk down that far. But again, the polling, though, in New Hampshire right now, double-digit leads for President Trump over Nikki Haley. But we'll see how things transpire when it comes to the numbers when they come in. I mean, if it's anything like the polls, if it's anything like what we've seen in this state when it comes to the amount of people at all of the events, comparatively to even when DeSantis was in office, running for office, there weren't a lot of people there. At his events, Nikki Haley, the same thing. Chris Christie, I remember watching a couple of times on YouTube. I would look and see what's live on YouTube, and I'd keep running into these Chris Christie events where there's like maybe 30 people, and American people, supporting Chris Christie. But at the end of the day, the numbers just aren't on anyone's side except for the facts of President Trump. Again, not only through the polls, but also all of these events that he has been going to. So once again, this is the Red Arrow Diner in Manchester. And there's about 15 people in here to the camera's right and my left. And so we will be back live here a couple more times before we head down towards the watch party. But it's been a great day so far. We haven't heard a lot of problems with the polls or any precincts and that kind of thing. So obviously, if there's any details like that, we'll be sharing that with you right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. On to Nevada is next. So before we start looking to the Silver State, we're right here in the Granite State. Once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez. Let's send it back to Brian Glenn, who is live in Nashua at...
Thank you, Matthew. I appreciate it. What a great look there at the Red Arrow Diner, and just what a historical place as well. This is where people come and they voice their opinions, and Republicans and Democrats. I was there earlier today, and I got to say it was probably about a split, to be honest with you, in that diner between people that were pretty much independents and maybe indifferent of politics in general, but definitely a cool place there. So I was talking earlier, what does it mean by, and the difference between endorsing Trump and being a Trump loyalist, being someone that has never swayed away from supporting President Trump and his agenda, someone that has been there from the very beginning, someone that President Trump can call a true ally, not just somebody who gave them an endorsement when they realized that nothing else, there was no other option to do that. And I was just trying to go find Byron Donalds, and he's running around here somewhere. He's going to join me, and he's certainly one of them. Byron Donalds has been a true Trump supporter with ever since he came into Congress, and I just think that him and some others, we'll bring them on here shortly. But I think it's more important to see who these true Trump loyalists are, and to make sure we don't give the keys to the kingdom to just someone who says, I endorse President Trump, when perhaps fundamentally they aren't necessarily there from the very beginning. Hey, we'll talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, let me tell you something. The economy, we talk about it all the time. The market goes up, the market goes down. We have places you can put your market that you can rest assured will be there when you need it. You've worked too hard for your money to let some kind of market disruption take it all away. That's why our friends at the Birch Gold Group want to send you a free information kit. They are the experts on gold, silver, and precious metals. And with the BREX, with this digital currency that is always threatened the markets and threatening investors, the devaluation of the dollar, it is more important than ever to make sure you diversify into gold, silver, and precious metals. And that's why the Birch Gold Group wants to send you a free information kit. The information for that is on your screen. It's super simple, super easy, and there's no reason why you should not at least get the information kit. Text the words Trump to 989898. That is Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. All right, well, in about 8 minutes, we're going to take a quick commercial time out, but I want to talk a little bit about, before we do that, about the corporate wokeness that is in American corporations right now, and this relentless, DEI and all of the diversity hires that is purely on skin color and not necessarily on the ability to do the job. And I just recently saw that United Airlines had hired somebody that was legally blind as part of their pilot staff. I'm not quite sure where that fits in. I'm not quite sure if you were to line up 100 people jumping on an airplane, if you were to ask them what's the most important aspect of a pilot, I think they would probably tell you, I want my pilot to be able to take off and land safely, no problems, no crashes. They're not concerned that they might be the first female pilot, or they might be the first open gay and lesbian pilot. They may not be the first transgender pilot. They might be not the first, American Indian pilot. That doesn't matter. That only matters within the corporation in which the HR directors have to check the boxes off bend a knee to this whole agenda that we must hire X amount of people. I think we need an equal opportunity environment, which I really think we have. I don't think we're in the 1950s or any time in our country where someone does not have an equal opportunity to get hired. I mean, we've had the highest level of government office in this country. We've had a duly elected president, Barack Hussein Obama, who was elected twice by a majority white voter. We've got CEOs of major Fortune 500 companies. These some of the biggest athletes in the world, the most highest paid athletes in the world are of color. So I think to say that this country discriminates against anyone based upon their color of skin is absolutely false. And I think that this is turning our corporations, especially in the financial markets. And now this is where it really hits. And this is what I do predict that, when we look at, what could happen in the financial markets through the result of all of this division and equity in far as investing in companies that have this footprint of whatever, they have a low carbon footprint. They have so many LGBTQ employees in their company. They have so many people who identify as non-binary or cisgender or one of these silly terminologies. It's out there, and that's what they do. And these companies get, I would call them social media brownie points. They get a little bit of equity scoring in the financial markets. But they're starting to find out that if the only thing that matters really, are they profitable? Are they a business? What is their bottom line? Are they in the black? That's what matters. And I've got several friends in the markets, and they'll tell you that is one of the biggest problems right now is this whole smoke and mirrors, that is what matters to the financial investor. So if you're going to invest in a company, or let's just make it as simple as this. If you're going to book an airline ticket with an airline, what is the most important thing to you? It might be price, actually. It comes down to price, and if you fly as much as we do, we know exactly how expensive it is to fly. But you're probably going to think about safety. You're probably going to think about what has been in the news. And recently we had, years ago, if you remember, the 737 MAX 8 planes that Southwest Airlines had years ago that had some computer problems, and they had a few of those planes had to ground them because of near crashes on those planes. Then you have the 737 MAX 9 here recently on an airline, Alaska airline, a door that would have been a door. It was actually a window. Got smoked out of there and ripped off, and passengers on this plane had to basically hang on for dear life. Those are the things you're concerned about. You're not concerned about, does my pilot identify as an LGBTQ member community? You don't really care about, does my pilot, how much ethnicity does my pilot have? No, you don't care about that. And you and I both know that. It's a smoke and mirror game. It's for a wokeness agenda in this country that simply does not make sense. And I think you're seeing a lot of companies push back on that. And if you just want to look at what happened to Bud Light and this whole Dylan Mulvaney marketing pitch to basically try to, act like this, this young man is some 14-year-old babbling girl that doesn't even know what the Super Bowl is, and she's in the bathtub, and it's silly. Did they think that was going to sell beer? Did they think that was going to resonate with the average American beer consumer, which I don't think fits that category? And even if it does, what percentage does that make up your complete consumer base? Is it 1%? Is it 2%? I don't even think it's 1%. But they were willing to go full throttle on a campaign to sell beer to appease that section of our country. And you got these people in these positions of marketing and PR that simply have an agenda. It's not to sell widgets. It is to sell a thought. It's to sell an ideology. It's to sell a lifestyle. It's to sell. It's more selling a lifestyle than selling a widget. All right, it's 1 minute, top of the hour, 7 o'clock here local. President Trump is scheduled to speak here tonight after a presumptive win here in New Hampshire. We'll keep you tuned in for that. Our own Matthew Alvarez is at the Red Arrow Diner. He'll bring us some live reports. Plus, we've got a lot of different special footage we'll drop in tonight as we are live here in Wausau, New Hampshire. A few minutes. We will come right back.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow, towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept. I'm interrupting this commercial to let you know you can get our 6-piece My Towels, regular $69.98, now only $29.98. Or you can save 25% on our brand new kitchen towels, made with the same technology as our famous My Towels. Also, we have bath sheets, bath towels, washcloths, hand towels, and so much more. And the best part, with your promo code, your entire order ships absolutely free. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use that promo code to get deep discounts on all My Towels. And for a limited time, your order ships absolutely free.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble and the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
All right, we're back out here live at the Trump campaign watch party, joined by Florida's own Congressman Byron Donalds. Welcome, and it seems to be a great crowd. It's early. I know polls will stay open to 8, but people are already gathered already.
Oh, look, it's a great crowd in here already. I was in the crowd talking with a lot of people. They're excited here in New Hampshire. And look, I think it's going to be excellent what we're going to see tonight. It's time that our party unites, gets behind Donald Trump. I think we're going to have a big victory that's going to demonstrate that, and then we move forward.
About less than an hour ago, I was talking about the difference between a Trump and somebody who endorses Trump and someone who's a Trump loyalist. I literally name dropped you and said that you were a loyalist from day one. And there is a difference. There's people who come along for the ride because it's for political purposes. But I love the people like you that truly embody the America First agenda and President Trump.
First of all, the agenda is about our people. President Trump embodies that. He's been promoting that from day one. But it's about the American people so they can thrive, so they can succeed. So when you have somebody come along like Donald Trump and you say, who are you going to support? It's easy. Let's get behind them and let's get the job done. You know, I think some people are in this game for titles and they want to be important. I don't care about that stuff. I came to this to fight for people, to make sure that our government does the right thing. You got to have them back in the White House because we need leadership in this country. We don't need capitulation. We don't need weak deals. We need leadership. He provided it. He showed this party how to fight on principle and how to fight, frankly, the media and put the truth out and actually get the job done. And we need to have that back in the White House.
Okay, you spent your time driving not only around Iowa, but around New Hampshire as well. What are people telling you that is the most crucial element in their personal life of why they need President Trump back?
Immigration, inflation, the foreign policy. Some people do bring that up about how chaotic things are, but there's a real sense that America's on decline. There was that sense when Barack Obama was president, and it's in spades now with Joe Biden. I mean, everything has gone wrong, and so people realize fully now, and they understand. And it's not just MAGA supporters; it's Republican voters, it's independent voters, it's minority voters. They've seen in Iowa, they've seen in New Hampshire, and they've seen throughout this country that Donald Trump had the recipe. He had that secret sauce. He had the prescription for a prosperous America, and they want to see that again.
Do you see more and more Americans that might have been independent or maybe agnostic to voting at all? Do you see them this election coming over and voting for President Trump for maybe the first time in their entire life?
Oh, I do. I'd see it in big ways, man. I have old friends, old family members. You know, they've been texting me about Trump for the last couple of years. Like, man, can we have Trump back? This thing is crazy. That's what they've been wanting to see. And I'm telling you, as I've traveled the country, supporting other candidates, supporting people to get our government in order, you start talking to voters in airports and diners, you know, on no matter where you are, they come up and they ask questions. And more they talk about how good the country was running when Donald Trump was president. I think we're going to see big things happen this fall in our country. We got to get through this primary process, but I think this will be over probably tonight.
I think so too. And you know, and of course, I asked President Trump earlier when we met him on the road if he's going to pivot to more of the head-to-head campaign with Biden. He said, look, I've been doing that from day one, attacking this administration. I don't need to pivot now. I pivoted a long time ago.
Oh, no, that's right. He's been focused on Joe Biden. I believe that's exactly what he and his campaign should have been doing this entire time. Look, in our party, it's clear. Our voters want Donald Trump. He's going to be the nominee. So spending too much time and resources focused on Nikki Haley or anybody else when they were in the race is not going to be important and not helpful. It is about the rematch. It's about who did a better job, the 45th or the 46th. And without question, it was the 45th president who's soon to become the 47th president.
Okay, let's turn our attention to what's happening on Capitol Hill right now. Obviously, in a slight break, when you guys go back, is there anything on your agenda, or what do you think should be done in the House? I know I always say that Mike Johnson's in a very tight position right now because he's trying to work with the Democrats on the funding in Ukraine, which I think that you and I would all disagree that we do not like. And he's trying to do something for the border. I mean, we need a good border security and secure our border. But what can we look forward to on Capitol Hill when you guys get back into session?
Well, look, the first thing is that we have to demonstrate that we are prepared to lead in the House of Representatives because the Senate has done nothing. They've been lazy. They've not done any work this entire Congress. You already know what Joe Biden's about. So there has to be some leadership on Capitol Hill. So my message to the Speaker and to House Republicans is demonstrate leadership, stand for something, stand for a position, and you have to hold that line. If it means government is shut down because Joe Biden wants a porous border, then that's Joe Biden's fault, and that's his responsibility as president of the United States. But we have to demonstrate leadership. We can do that with border security. We could do it with actually cutting spending in Washington, D.C. And then actually we've done great things on the energy situation in our country. Everybody talks about H.R. 2, but H.R. 1 is the most robust, all of the above energy plan that's ever passed either chamber in Congress. We passed it last year. It's a great energy bill. Those are the things that we should stand on. I know there are people who say, oh, but you got to be able to govern. Well, what we've seen is that governing means you cut a bad deal with the Democrats in the Senate, and then everybody says, oh, we finally did something, but the reality is the American people have seen nothing, or things got worse.
No, you're right. They want accountability. We've often said that. Speaking of accountability, Mayorkas is set for a vote in the committee on July 31st. I'm not sure when that's going to get brought to the floor. I'm sure you agree with the majority of your conference that Mayorkas needs to be impeached.
He's lied to Congress. Yeah. He's lied to Congress repeatedly, and everybody knows it. He has not faithfully executed the laws of the land. Neither has Joe Biden, for that matter. So in my view, if you're going to impeach Mayorkas for this, then Joe Biden should be right there with him. But that's my view. He's not done the job. He's been awful at this job. Even Jay Johnson, who worked under Obama, said that if this was a situation, it would be a catastrophe, a crisis. It will be apocalyptic at our southern border. And that's what this man has done. He deserves to go. Nobody should advocate for him staying. He has been the worst.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, Byron, has some of the Democrats along the Texas border, even the state reps, they support the border being secure. Like, they know what's happening across their districts. Am I right on that?
Oh, no, you're right. Yeah. If you talk to them when the cameras aren't on, they will tell you how much of a problem this is. There's a handful who have said it publicly, but they don't point the finger at Joe Biden because he is the master of disaster. He's the one that created this. But look, Democrat voters, independent voters, they know who's at fault here. And I believe they're going to come home to the Republican Party. They're going to back Donald Trump.
And, of course, all of the conflicts in the Middle East, and you got Ukraine, Russia. We had civility in the world on Trump's watch. Now I think the world's in chaos. And I went out of the country not too long ago, and they said, look, the eyes of the world are on the United States. Like, we're looking to you guys to show us that freedom can be defended and individual liberty can be defended in this country. And, man, Byron, the world is watching us right now.
The world is. What they see is we have a commander-in-chief who, frankly, doesn't even know what day it is half the time. He gets lost in a bike shop. That's not leadership on the world stage. It harms us internationally. But the world was more safe. There were peace accords breaking out across the world. You had Israel and Arab nations joining together in peace when Donald Trump was president, something that the radical left said that was never going to happen. Under Joe Biden's presidency, we have lost 4 embassies, 4 of them. Nobody talks about it, but that is the fact. That's never happened to an American president. I mean, this guy let Jimmy Carter off the hook as the worst president. But we can fix all that. But it takes leadership in America. It takes leadership in the White House. And that's why I implore the not just Republican voters, but all voters. Yeah. It's time to change leadership for a better America. We have a candidate that can get that done.
All right, Byron is definitely the good one in Washington. If you want to follow Byron and all of the things that you're doing, because you're really fighting on Capitol Hill. I see you. You're doing God's work. You're doing what this country needs to be done. How can people follow you? What's the best way to keep in touch with what you're doing?
Everything is at Byron Donalds. At Byron Donalds, X, Facebook, Instagram. Go there. Follow me. Would love everybody just to be able to just watch what we're trying to accomplish. And it's not just about the politics. It's about energy policy, financial regulation. We really believe we can get this country on track, and we're going to fight hard every single day.
Okay, before I let you go, what percentage do you think President Trump gets tonight? Some of the political consultants say that if he doesn't drop 61, 62 percentage points on Nikki Haley, it would be considered a disaster. I say this. If you've got a sports team and you drop 60 points, on a team and they got 12 and you got 60, that's domination. But what do you think at the end of the night what percentage point gets dropped on?
So look, my honest view is I think it's going to be well over 55% of the vote, but it doesn't matter. Nikki Haley has to demonstrate she can win a state. She's not going to demonstrate that. She's going to lose in New Hampshire tonight. I think the margin is going to be pretty big. And then when you start looking at the polling in these other states, Nevada, South Carolina, Florida, when you start looking down the road, it gets worse, not better. So as far as I'm concerned, all we need is a victory tonight. We're going to have that victory, by the way. Nikki Haley has to prove she can win a state, and she's not going to be able to prove it. This race is over. On to November.
The strength of schedule gets worse. Byron Donalds, one of my favorites in D.C. Thank you so much for spending time with us tonight. I know you're busy. You've got a lot of people trying to pull you away, but thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Let me step aside. Live look here in the ballroom. It's got obviously a little little more people here over the last hour or so as we make our way. Now, President Trump is scheduled to speak. Let's get pushed out. Hey, I'm going to talk about the wellness emergency kit. Let me tell you something. We've been talking about how you never know what's going to be around the corner. You just don't know. Dr. Peter McAuliffe has the emergency wellness kit. This thing is ready for whatever contagion, whatever comes your way in terms of an outbreak. It's got ivermectin. It's got hydroxychloroquine. It's got a Z-Pack. This is awesome. Keep it at your home, your office, really anywhere that that you think that you might need it. Now, if you have like a vacation home, if you travel, keep it over there. Information for that is on your screen. Go check it out. The emergency medical kit. And of course, Dr. Peter McAuliffe is a well-respected doctor. So you can imagine whatever he puts together, it's got to be something special. Go check it out. Information's on your screen. This could save your life. It could save someone else's life. Go get it. The Wellness Contagion Emergency Kit. Live look 714. Just going to get an update on the votes. I was just told, I want to check my internal chat here, that we've got Joe Biden currently has no votes in the Democratic Party. We've got 701 votes in so far. It's interesting how Joe Biden, interesting to note, last election, 2020, he finished fifth. Here we go. President Trump's got 61% of the vote. Nikki Haley coming in at 38.5%, and DeSantis with 0.5%. So I said at the end of the night, I do anticipate between like a 54% win for President Trump when it's all said and done. It could be much higher. Right now it is pacing higher, but yet this is very early. Only 1% right now reporting on these votes. So 1% of the vote in. The totals are likely on your screen for that, so we certainly will keep an eye on that. In a few minutes, we will toss to Matthew Alvarez, who is at the Red Arrow Diner. Now, this is a staple here in New Hampshire. It's been a part of this culture for a long time, and a lot of people have made their way into the diner. It's kind of a place where people talk and they exchange ideas over a cup of coffee. And it's certainly, we're looking forward to talking to him with that here in a few minutes. But, Byron talked about, what was going on in Congress. He talked about what's going on in Congress. Most concerning, and he did talk about the economy. And I read a stat here in the break about the economy. And it said about 42% of the people felt relatively secure about their personal finances, but then 29% of them were completely negative. They were very pessimistic about their personal finances. And I think that's what we have to look at. And that really means, are you spending the money? Are you going out and, hang on. Are they going out and spending the money? I want to can we toss to Matthew Alvarez a little earlier? Can we toss to him? Matthew Alvarez. We'll have him on standby. And then we'll come back and we'll have Carrie Lake on standby. We're tossing to somebody else in the field. And we'll have her come on. Can we do that? May want to make sure that Matthew is ready. Okay. Hang on a second. All right. So when we come back, we're going to have Carrie Lake with us, but right now, Matthew Alvarez is live at the Red Arrow Diner. Matthew, what's the scene look like right there?
Great commentary, of course, there in Nashville. We are here in Red Arrow Diner in Manchester. This place, if you didn't see the first live shot, I mean, this is a place that's rich in political history. All of the candidates from the RNC, from Trump to DeSantis to Chris Christie, Nikki Haley, they've all been here in 2023. But Mike Pence didn't make the trip. But at the end of the day, right now, of course, it is President Trump taking on Nikki Haley in this primary, the First in the Nation primary. We were just talking some sports with the guys here, too. I mean, it's sports, it's politics, it's just a fun vibe, good food. And speaking of talking with some people, I'm going to talk to a guy named Jake that I ran into just moments ago that's sitting right over here. And actually, Jake, the chicken tenders and the fries, they actually look really good, man. How good are they?
They're best in Manchester, I think. So
awesome, man. All right, so I saw your hat. It says NH votes, one for all. It says you voted. If you'd like to share with us who you voted for, and also some of the issues that you think that the country needs to turn around right now.
I did vote for Biden. I did a write-in today. But I think for me, some of the main things are human rights and just making sure that we're kind of focused on taking care of the people here.
So a write-in for Joe Biden when we know that the southern border is a mess, right? Yep. So let's just talk issue by issue at this point. And I didn't pre-screen Jake. I mean, at the end of the day, obviously, this is Right Side Broadcasting Network, and we're talking with somebody that wrote in for Joe Biden. So so tell us about the southern border, though. I mean, is this Joe Biden's fault? Is this Mayorkas' fault?
Honestly, I think that there's a lot to be done, but, there's a lot of action that needs to be taken. And I'm doing what I can up here and for what makes the most sense to me.
And so were you brought up, left wing? Were you brought up Democrat? Were your parents Democrat?
No, I was actually brought up Republican, but as I've gotten older, just some things that just made more sense to me. I've been leaning this way, but this election has definitely thrown me back and forth a lot. So it's been a lot to think about this.
Okay. So what were some of the things that you were referring to that made you say, you know what, I'm not a Republican, I'm a Democrat now?
I just feel more represented by a Democrat. But this go around, honestly, like I said, I don't feel as much. I don't feel like this generation is being represented for me. So it's a tough decision. I think this go around, I was registered Democrat, so I was in New Hampshire. I have to vote that way. But I think that when it comes to the general election, I'll see which way I go.
All right, Jake. Well, I can say also, you're from New Hampshire?
I'm from New Hampshire, yep.
Awesome. So tell us about just this region, just politically speaking.
It's back and forth. It depends on where you go. I see blue, I see red. It's everywhere. You might turn the corner and, you see Trump signs, but then right around there's Biden signs. So it's very diverse here for when it comes to where everyone's voting.
I mean, that is a fact. I mean, when it comes to some of the signs and some of the past, races and that kind of thing, this time it does look like the polls and a lot of people are out there for President Trump. I mean, those are facts as well. But you said you wrote in for Joe Biden. But at the end of the day, I think what needs to happen as well is the American people have to stand behind freedom. I mean, we can agree on that, yeah?
Yeah, I agree on that.
100%. All right, Jake, thanks so much, man. Enjoy those tenders, man.
Thank you.
All right, so so literally, again, not pre-screening a few people and just asking genuinely, hey, who'd you vote for and that kind of thing. Moments ago, we interviewed someone from Texas who said he's a Trump supporter. Him and his wife, they live in McAllen, Texas. So it's definitely good to see a number of people in this area talking to us about what they believe needs to be done for the country. But as you know, the polling right now is heavily in favor of President Trump, and the polls and the people. I've been saying that all week. As many of you loyal viewers of Right Side Broadcasting Network, just want to say thank you so much for being a loyal viewer, and thank you for passing along the link to your friends and family to watch this coverage, because as you know, it is unedited, it is live, it is wall to wall. You'll hear Brian Glenn, obviously super connected with a number of great patriots, well-known names from Kari Lake to MTG, Matt Gaetz. I mean, the other day, Matt was at the arena in Manchester up in the stands, and Brian was live with me, and before you know it, Brian steps off camera while I'm, being a commentator still, and he just called Matt up. Matt came on down, and it was just a great interview. So you're having some great contacts, of course, here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We bring you it live. We bring you it often. And we're going to send it back now from Manchester. Let's send it over to Nashua with Brian Glenn, who's live at the watch party. Brian?
All right, Matthew, we're back out here live at the President Trump's watch party here in New Hampshire, joined by Kari Lake. And of course, we had a brief moment a couple of nights ago because the president came on during our speech.
Wait a minute. President Trump interrupted us? No, and we were happy he did, because when you and I get talking, we could go on for like an hour. And so the president came out just in the nick of time.
When you put two people in television together that likes to talk, that's called a podcast, and we'll be launching our podcast.
Especially two people who walked away because of the corruption in mainstream media. The two people who just said, I don't care what you pay me, I cannot look myself in the mirror and work one more day pushing propaganda. We just won't do it. And so this is one of the original, you're the OG.
I'm an OG. Okay, we're going to get to all the wonderful things of President Trump, but I can't help but to ask you. I saw a tweet of an audio, and I thought to myself, this is unbelievable. If you have not followed her and you hadn't been on X today, let's recap to our viewers this breaking news that you dropped today.
Well, I didn't drop any news, but a story came out.
A story came out, I should say.
You know, one of the reasons President Trump is so beloved across this country and frankly across the world is because he is rooting out corruption. Our government is rotten to the core. They're tyrants, and we the people no longer have any control over our government. And a video, actually an audio came out today of a conversation that shows the corruption isn't just at the federal level. It seeps down all the way down to the state and local level. And all I can say is that the audio is real. And we need to work tirelessly to root this out. We have 10 months to take back our country. We have 10 months to right this ship and save this republic. And I'm going to do whatever I can in the next 10 months. That's why I'm running for Senate. I know that's why President Trump is running for president. He doesn't have to do this. He's got a beautiful life. But he has to do this because he loves his kids and his grandkids, and he wants to save our country.
Yeah, I listened to that audio, and I'm beside myself that the corruption is that deep that goes to that local level. It's something that we've got to root out from the top to the bottom.
And we're going to. In Arizona, we're going to root this corruption out. And if you're corrupt, you got to stop. Because we're not going to stop coming at you. We're not going to stop until we save this republic. No one who is corrupt is safe. So it's time to really turn things around and save this nation. And that's what I'm about, and that's why I'm running for U.S. Senate.
There we go, running for U.S. Senate. We'll circle back around to that Senate race here in just a second. But tonight, it's all about President Trump. And I had Byron Donalds on here earlier. We were throwing around some percentage points that we thought would end up at the end of the night. Now, right now, President Trump, now the only 1% is voting, but he's up about 63%. Very few votes in so far. But does it surprise you, and you've been around this state for President Trump over the last few days, does it surprise you this much support has come out tonight?
I'm not surprised at all. We were at polling places today. We were at diners. We've been all over New Hampshire. And almost everybody I spoke to was not only voting for President Trump, but they'd already voted. I was in diners at 10 a.m. and I said, are you guys going to go out and vote? And they said, oh, we already voted. We voted. We were first in line. And everywhere we went, there was horn honking and people yelling, Trump, Trump, Trump. This is a state that understands what is at stake. I mean, after all, the motto of New Hampshire is live free or die. And we're in a live free or die moment. We are in a live free or die moment. And that's what it's about. And the people of New Hampshire realize that the whole country is waiting with bated breath to see what the good folks, the good people in New Hampshire are going to do. Are they going to vote to get President Trump, an America First candidate and president, back in the White House or not? And I know after what I saw today, they're going to do that.
Yeah. President Trump often talks about the enthusiasm level almost being higher now than it was in 2016, 2020. And we did 39 rallies after the 2020 election. It never lost steam. Never did it slow down.
It built. Last night at that rally, we walked in, and I mean, thankfully, and I have to thank the Trump team, we got a little bit of a free pass and we got to go to the front of the line. But I walked by so many patriotic folks from New Hampshire. Okay, Brian, I live in Arizona. It was cold. It was cold. These people were waiting for not just minutes, but hours to get in to see President Trump. And who would do that for a Nikki Haley? Nobody would do that. Yeah. Well, actually, maybe some big donors might, but they wouldn't have to wait very long in line because there would be no line. And so the support for President Trump, it doesn't just go a little bit deep, it goes miles deep. It's in people's bone marrow because it is the DNA of our founding fathers. Nikki Haley doesn't have that. Her support is about a half an inch deep. And nobody would wait in the cold to go see a rally. Did you see any big rallies that she did? No. And some people might say, well, it's not about the rally. You know what? You're right. It's not about the rally. It's about we the people. And we the people are energized, excited, and we're ready to fight to take back this country. And I'm so honored and proud to be even a tiny little part of this movement. A tiny part, to take the gifts God gave me, the gifts God gave you, and use them in the next 10 months to save this country.
Let's talk about that, because I remember being at CPAC in Orlando, and at that time, a former news anchor, Kari Lake, before she ran for office, and we got together at our little CPAC booth, and we were
even quit my job, right?
Before you quit your job, basically.
You knew I was going to do it. He was way ahead of the curve.
But you know, it's interesting because we're all put here for a purpose. We're all put here to do something, and God's will is what I truly believe. And I'm here doing this, 8 hours a time in a grind. Joe's behind the camera, all these people that are here. But you're here and you're fighting for, I think why people resonate with you so closely, Kari, is because people see themselves. They see that you represent the average American at home that's raising a family. They've got kids. They're going to work. They're doing the grind. At the end of the day, they want to see that their country is behind them and protects them. And they want to see that we leave this country better than we found it fiscally. And we stand up for what our Constitution tells.
I think people, how many of us have had to make a sacrifice? Maybe you walked out on your job because your boss wanted you to get a shot you weren't comfortable with. Maybe you didn't want to wear a mask 8 hours a day. Maybe you walked out because your kids got sent home from school and you didn't want them to be home alone and you quit your job. We've all made sacrifices. Nobody gets out of this without a sacrifice. And I walked away from my job because I felt that the truth wasn't being reported, and I didn't care that I was in the middle of a seven-figure contract. I just said, I can't do this. And so we've all made sacrifices because we love this country, and we're in the final sprint to the finish line. And the people of New Hampshire, I know what they're going to do today. They're going to send a loud message to the people of this great country that they want President Trump back. And why President Trump? Because he came on the scene as an outsider. He came on the scene. He didn't have to do this. And he got into office after all the naysayers, all the media said, oh, he's going to start wars. He's going to crash the stock market. The economy is going to go into peril. We're going to be just a wreck. And just the opposite happened. And he did everything right. And we watched as an 8-year smear campaign led by the fake news media and the swamp in D.C. continued to push against him. And people are waking up from that slumber and from those lies right now in record numbers. And it's really a beautiful thing. I'm just truly honored, Brian, to be here with these people. Everybody in this room has in some way sacrificed something, whether it was giving their weekends, their weeknights, knocking on doors, getting people registered to vote, calling people. Everybody in this room in New Hampshire did something to help, not just President Trump win, but to help us save our country. And I think we all need to use our God-given abilities and talents in the next 10 months, and I know that we will save this country.
Amen. And you and I have both talked about if you want to challenge school board, city council, dog catcher. If you want to, Mike Lindell likes to say, if you want to be the most based dog catcher, then go out and run for dog.
Haley can run for that. Actually, no, I don't want her catching dogs. The dogs might bite her.
Might bite her. All right,
we're going to send her packing tonight. We're going to send her, pack her bags, head back over to Davos. Nikki, the warmonger, side of the Republican Party, we're done with them. They're heading back to Davos.
All right. If you want more information on Kari Lake, perhaps donate to her Senate run there in Arizona. Save Arizona. You can partially save this country.
KariLake.com. You need to get behind candidates who you believe in. You need to get behind movements that you believe in. There are some good GOP parties out there across the country. Find out the ones that are truly about America first. Support them, support candidates, and pray. We got to do a lot of praying over the next year. Yeah. I believe in that.
And by the way, buy her book as well.
Thank you. It's called Unafraid.
Unafraid. By Unafraid. All right. Thank you so much. I know you have a lot of people love you too.
Guys, we're so lucky to have you, Brian, and we're lucky to have Right Side Broadcasting. I always say right side means they're on the right side of history.
He always says that. Don't forget your water. All right. Busy night. Thank you so much. All right. So we're here. And are we going to have, after this? We may have another special guest after this interview. Okay, we're here live. You never know what you're going to get. This is election night in New Hampshire. We're going to kind of fly by the seat of our pants, which is what we do best here on the on this show. Hey, take a second to talk about our friends over the Birch Gold Group. You know, they got that free information kit, can help you make a decision whether or not to invest in gold, silver, and precious metals. They are the experts in gold. Historically, gold has been very, very successful in holding its value and keeping in the indexes. And of course, we don't know what the economy is going to look like, so go check it out. Simply text the word Trump to 989898 for your free information kit. They can even show you how to convert a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA. It's as easy as that. The Birch Gold Group. I'm going to step aside, let you see kind of what's going on tonight, as it's gotten a bit more people in this room, as you can expect, as we make our way through the night. Now, I have national polling in at this point, but we're going to try to take a look at that real quick. And I'm going to check my my sources here. If you just hang on just 2 seconds. My son, hey, yeah, how you doing? Good to see you, man. How you doing? Good. All right. All right, hoping to get Vivek Ramaswamy is standing by. And hopefully we can get to. Okay, looks like he's gonna go over and do another previously scheduled interview, but we're going to look to have him over. But we're glad that you are joining us, and I'm just going to check some of the latest stats. As of 7:35, we've got Trump at 53.9. We got Haley coming in at 45.4 with 10% reporting. That is according to DDHQ, so they're going to go off of that. So Trump coming in at 53.9 at 10% of the polls reporting right now. Kari Lake talked about rooting out the corrupt government and rooting out all of the corruption, not only down from the top level, but down, down to the local level, and that is what has happened in terms of the weaponized government and what has happened to President Trump in terms of these lawsuits, in terms of and raiding his home at Mar-a-Lago, in terms of frivolous lawsuits that have been brought against him. This is all on purpose. This is all to stop him from being the GOP nominee, and I don't think that there is enough of this that would ever stop him from being the GOP nominee, only because every time they throw one of these indictments down, his poll numbers go up, his fundraising goes up, his supporters go up. We haven't lost any support in terms of support in terms of voter turnout, rally turnout. We've done hundreds of rallies, and I said this earlier, we did 39 rallies post 2020 election, and absolutely it seems like they are even bigger now than they were back in 2016 and 2020, because I think more of the truth, and it's great. Speaking of Mike Lindell, we used to hear from him all the time that all of this had to happen. The election had to, in a way, be stolen to reveal all of the corruption in our system. And so we now know how bad it is. We know how bad the corruption is of the Department of Justice and the FBI, and of course within the Biden administration, and the fact that even Joe Biden, who finished 5th in the 2020 election on the Democrat side, they were going to put him in office whether or not the American people wanted him or not. And while President Trump had rallies and 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 people in 2020, and Joe Biden was standing in hula hoops in a middle school, gymnasium, and all of the, on basically being safe from COVID restrictions and health concerns. President Trump filled these arenas, and the supporters came out. I personally think that Joe Biden had that style of rally because he simply did not have the support. The support did not warrant having a larger rally, almost like we have now. So I think that was done in two ways. I think they weaponized COVID for the election with the mail-in ballots and the drop boxes, but I also thought it was used as a disguise to mask the little support that he had from the American people. And of course, he's got the media on his side. He's got social media on his side. He's got Hollywood. He's got News Corp on his side. And they do absolutely shelter him and protect him from facing a lot of the truth that has been brought in front of him. So he has a lot of stuff on his side. What we have is we have truth on our side as well. And we just have to make sure we get the right leaders in place that we can expose the truth by peeling back the layers of corruption. So let me step aside. We're live. Also, a good time to go check out our website. You can sign up for our newsletter. Go to rsbnetwork.com, rsbnetwork.com. It's absolutely free. You don't have to pay anything for it. We're not going to sell your data. Matter of fact, you'll get exclusive offers from the website that you can't get anywhere else. From the newsletter, I was just saying, that you can't get anywhere else. rsbnetwork.com/ click on the newsletter, sign up. Grace Saldana, Alex Caldwell, Summer Lane, so many more have put together some terrific articles that can inform you on what you need to know. rsbnetwork.com, rsbnetwork.com. Sign up for the newsletter. You can also get the free Trump book. You know, you're not going to learn about the accomplishments of President Trump in school. You're not going to hear about it a lot of times on the news, but you can read about it. freetrumpbook.com is the website. It's a kid's guide to President Trump. Now, one of the things that's most encouraging is the fact that we see so many kids at these rallies, and I think it's important that kids understand what President Trump did for this country. I hope they understand all of the benefits that he did for you and I. So this book is a great way to stay in touch. freetrumpbook.com, absolutely free. Now all you have to do is pay a small shipping and handling, but I'd say order 2 or 3 and be able to give them to school, leave them at church, give them to a neighbor. freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. All right, we're live here. We talked a lot about immigration, the border. I noticed airports were able to, well, now they have to, not only do you try to get to your gate to take a flight, but you might go to your gate and see some immigrants. Because Chicago Airport, Denver Airport, and many more have now started to house illegals in the airports before they were able to have them, basically sent out across this country. Now, I was in Des Moines last week, and I saw firsthand a bunch of immigrants coming on a flight that I was at a gate waiting to leave. They were getting off a plane. Now, maybe they were going somewhere else. Maybe they were staying in Des Moines. I don't know. But the reason why I know they were illegals is they had that classic black duffel bag that was given to them when they come in. They have the sleeping bag rolled up in a clear bag, and they have the paperwork around their neck. Now, why in the world would you want to, if you do come to this country, be left in Des Moines with -46, but nevertheless, that is a situation in our country. So it doesn't matter if you're in New York, Chicago, or Denver. You can be in Des Moines, Iowa, and you've got these immigrants coming into your town. Now, one of the things that a Denver hospital has reported is a problem that one local hospital has said, look, we can't accept any walk-in patients right now. We've got to deal with these immigrants. We can't deal with any walk-in patients that live in Denver. We can't deal with people who pay taxes. We can't deal with anybody who is a U.S. citizen. We must dedicate our resources, our time, and our efforts to make sure that we take care of the illegal immigrants that have come into our country illegally, that should not be there. They've broke federal crimes. That's what we're dealing with right now. And so that, I can only imagine that if it's happening in Denver, it's happening in other cities around this country. And of course, We've seen the immigrants on the streets of Chicago, New York, and it's one of those situations when it started happening during the summer. It was interesting because then it's warm, but now we have very frigid temperatures in these major cities up north, and one can only imagine that through a public health concern, we must make sure these immigrants aren't freezing outside on the streets, which then puts a burden on our resources, and we haven't really talked that much. Couldn't get Suddy. Just trying to pull some more people. Okay, so we've got 743 local. Let me go over some of the numbers for you right now. We've got the very latest. We've got 13% reporting. We got President Trump coming in at 54.8, Nikki Haley at 44.5, DeSantis at 0.6, and then other at 0.1. So we got 13% of the vote is in right now, and President Trump just ticking up a little bit. Previously, he was at 53.1, now ticking up to 54.8. So good reporting there from our studio. We certainly appreciate the numbers there. Interesting to note on the Democrat side, and thank you for sending these numbers, by the way, a write-in candidate is getting 55.8, Phillips 27.1, Biden 10.5. Now, I think it's very interesting that Biden, I was going to assume that before I read the list that Biden perhaps was that write-in candidate, but that write-in candidate is 55.8, and then Williamson at 6.1. So, got a little bit of heated competition. Kind of fun to keep up with the heated competition on the Democrat side as well. It doesn't seem that it's that much competition on the Republican side, but nevertheless, we'll keep you updated on that. We're going to toss to Matthew Alvarez here in just a second, but if you want to get a chance to follow me, I'm going to try to do some things here on the ground. At Brian Glenn TV on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. You can also, don't forget to follow us on Locals. You got to subscribe to us on Locals. What a great way to stay involved in what's going on. And don't forget to also follow us on Twitter, on RSBN, on Facebook, Instagram. Subscribe to us on Rumble and on YouTube. All right, our very own Matthew Alvarez is live at the Red Arrow Diner in Manchester, New Hampshire, to give us a look at what's going on here on election night. Matthew, take it away.
That's right. We are live here in Manchester at this politically rich and also really good eats food at the Red Arrow Diner. Joining me right now is Amanda Wibby. And Amanda, tell us just what it's like to have politics from both sides of the aisle, down the middle, all here at this diner.
Hi, thank you for being here. Yes, so the diner's actually celebrating 102 years this year, and the First in the Nation has been around for 100 years. So it's been a tradition here for quite some time, actually.
What's it like to have, obviously there's a lot of political rivals and extremes when it's right and left and middle, and do you ever have arguments in here, or is it everybody just kind of like, hey, you know what, we're just here to eat, and that's it? That's the great thing about the diner. There's all different types of people here. Everyone respects each other's opinion. You know, you're having coffee, enjoying comfort food. There's nothing to really fight about. You can have conversations, and if you have difference of opinions, it's no big deal. And if I put you on the spot here a little bit, just personally, I mean, what is it like to deal with what's going on in the country right now? I mean, is it hard to kind of balance all of the right and left and middle, being someone that's within management here at this diner? No, it hasn't been difficult for us to manage that aspect of it. We've been doing this for some time, so it's kind of ingrained in us that we just invite everybody here. We're very welcoming, and we roll with the punches through everything. We've pivoted, and business has the community's been really good to us, so business has been okay. And some of your favorite celebrities that have been here? Oh, so Kevin Costner came 2020. Yes, he was definitely our biggest shock. He was stumping for Buttigieg, and the security guy came over to me and he was like, "Oh, so Kevin Costner's on today." I said, "Okay, so who's that code for?" He's like, No, really, Kevin Costner's coming." So that was pretty awesome. Yeah, especially with Yellowstone fans out there to see Kevin Costner. Hopefully he'll return for the next season. But great. Hopefully he's watching. Come on down. And then finally, any other interesting story? I mean, Adam Sandler being here, other politicians. Obviously President Trump has been here. So what's it been like to have that much attention nationally and internationally? Oh, it's been amazing. So that's a great thing about the diner. You never know if you're going to be sitting next to Adam Sandler or your old high school teacher or, Kevin Costner. So it's been, when President Trump comes, it's high energy, very patriotic. It's
brings a huge crowd. But he's very soft-spoken in person, and he's very down to earth and just has great conversation with you. Nikki Haley's been here quite a bit. When Adam Sandler comes, we're always so grateful that he still visits us almost every time he comes into town, so that's wonderful. He has an Adam Sandler burger on the menu, and our number one seller is named after his dad, Stan the Man, and it's eggs, bacon, pan fries, and toast.
Amanda, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you so much. So, yeah, awesome stuff. Great food here. Also, Adam Sandler, a good friend of Rob Schneider, who obviously was with TP USA out there at AmFest in 2023. So we're going to kind of head over this way real quick and interview one other person here at the Red Arrow Diner. I'm just going to pass it here, Gage, and walk down to a guy named Boris, who I saw walk in earlier. And I didn't have to really pre-screen him because we knew exactly who he's voting for when you wear a hat like this, Boris, a Donald Trump hat. And how you doing, sir? He's getting the guy to record this interview right now. That's pretty smooth, man. You're just ready to go.
Oh, absolutely, I'm ready to go. I mean, it's going to be a really good race, but you know what? We're going to come victorious. Absolutely, 100%.
Are you from New Hampshire?
I am from New Hampshire. I reside out of Hooksett, New Hampshire.
What's it like to have this much of the nation watching this, right? This is the first of the nation primary.
I mean, we all know what's going on in this world. If you are a true believer and you have faith, Donald Trump is the way, man. I'm telling you, like, that guy's got to go. He's been nothing but bad to our economy, to our family, to our country. Look what's going on. Gas prices, people can't afford to live, food, it's just out of control. We need Donald Trump back. We need him to make America great again. Absolutely.
I agree. What was it like between 2016 and 2020? What did it just overall feel like for you, Boris, versus what it feels like now?
Stress-free. I didn't have to worry about prices. I was living well. Now I got to work double just to make a living. It's tough. It really is, but I had that peace of mind knowing that I could go to work, I could go get gas. I didn't have to spend my entire paycheck just for groceries or gas, just to be able to live and be able to afford to live. Now, I can't say the same. I absolutely not.
Any thoughts about constitutional rights? I mean, can you believe in 2024 we're talking about our great document, the Constitution, and that being at risk when it comes to some of those rights being taken away from the American people?
I definitely don't agree. We the people. We are the ones that are part of the Constitution. They cannot take those rights away from us. Absolutely. We the people. So it comes at the end of the day. It's us. We the people have to stand for this country. And if that's the case, we need to stay strong to be able to come on top and be able to be victorious, like I said.
Exactly. Tell us about this diner. I mean, is this your first time here? What's it like to be here in the sense of also, it's not just all President Trump supporters that do show up here.
Absolutely not. I've been a long time customer of the Red Arrow Diner. I mean, I'm 34. I would say I started coming here when I was probably like 14. So a long time, and I know the people really well known. I used to come here all the time. Not as much anymore because it's kind of out of the way, but every once in a while when I get the opportunity, I definitely stop in. It's always a great time. People are nice, atmosphere is great. The staff treat you really well, and it's great food.
Speaking of great, peacefully and patriotically is what President Trump is all about when it comes to we the people. What would you say for the Trump supporters here and the MAGA movement, which is national and I believe internationally, just in a different form called freedom, right? What would you say the overall attitude is? Is it a patriotic and a peaceful movement?
I feel like for the most part it is. I've seen a lot of opposing sides come over to the right side and change their opinions on the political views, and they've seen what's been going on the last 4 years, and they've come to the conclusion that we need to stand strong, we need to stay together, and yeah, I mean,
save the country, right?
Absolutely save this country. We need to save this country. If we don't, if that guy gets in, he's not. We're done. Like, it's just not going to work out.
Boris, thank you so much for this live interview right now off the spot. That was good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, guys. Definitely. Team Trump, baby.
Yeah, I hear you. All right, so let's walk over this way. I'll show you a few photos as we have people walking into the diner here in Manchester, even right now. Some local media, local press, and then how you doing? Michigan won the national championship, yeah? Any thoughts about the primaries or anything? You want to talk politics at all?
I don't really talk politics, but I ain't vote for none of them.
You didn't vote for anybody?
No, I ain't voting for neither one. I don't like neither of them.
So what would you do when it comes to, like, if you have to vote, though? I mean, do you want to vote or no?
Considering who's running, I don't like either of them.
There's been a lot of support out there in the polls and some of the people from across the country, right? All walks of life that are like, you know what? I do like President Trump. I do like him. There's a few that say they like Nikki Haley. There's a few out there that, like I interviewed a guy before that wrote in Joe Biden. That's only about 10% of the vote right now here in New Hampshire. My question to you is, though, if you had to vote, if you had to, is there anybody that you lean towards, or you're just kind of like, you know what, I don't even want to be a part of this?
If I had to vote, pull the trigger.
In what way? What are you talking about?
If I had to vote, someone had a gun in my head, I'd rather...
Oh, no, I did not say that, but I didn't mean that. I hear you. But I'm just talking about if you had to vote, who would you want to lean towards? It's tough, isn't it?
Both of them are a piece of shit to me. I don't like either of them. I'd rather hold my vote.
I hear you, but I mean, at the end of the day, obviously that's your right to do, to vote or not. But I mean, it is obviously something good to do for the country, for freedom. So obviously, President Trump doing great things out there as well for all communities, myself, you, everybody. It's just wonderful. So hopefully, maybe you'll see some coverage and come to a decision someday.
I hope. Let's just see what they say.
All right, man. Well, Michigan won the championship, so have a good day, man. All right, let's get back to this here. We wanted to show you this photo here. President Trump here at the Manchester Diner. This is the Red Arrow Diner. So it's time to throw it to a commercial break. Once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez live in Manchester. We'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids magazine and activity book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow, towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept. I'm interrupting this commercial to let you know you can get our 6-piece My Towels, regular $69.98, now only $29.98. Or you can save 25% on our brand new kitchen towels, made with the same technology as our famous My Towels. Also, we have bath sheets, bath towels, washcloths, hand towels, and so much more. And the best part, with your promo code, your entire order ships absolutely free. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use that promo code to get deep discounts on all My Towels. And for a limited time, your order ships absolutely free.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, We have talking points. We have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
All right, welcome back. We are here live in President Trump's watch party here in New Hampshire as we get ready to go over some results. Now, this is as of 7:57 here. We got 19% in. We got President Trump holding at 55%, Haley 44.3, Ron at 0.6, and then other at 0.2. So we've got that going on right now. So we'll see exactly how that, with 19%, how that number tends to hold. We're also going to have Mike Collins. Congressman Mike Collins will be with us here in a few minutes as we just have kind of a conveyor belt of people that have been coming up and down the media risers as we speak. So this is going to be somewhat of a fluid rest of the evening as we see more and more people come through here. Before we get to Mike Collins, before we do some other stuff, we'll talk about our friends. Well, Mike Lindell. We'll talk about a great patriot. Talk about someone who I have enjoyed my time on the riser with. He has spoken the truth. He has absolutely supported this country in every which way possible. He supported lawsuits. He has absolutely been someone that we need on our side. Go to mypillow.com/RSBN. Now, I will say this. I am so happy that in the last couple of days, you guys have taken advantage of some of the specials that are on that website right now. So, and the reason why I know that I'm happy because I know you're saving some money, because after the post-Christmas and then of course the credit card bills come in, you need to save money. And right now, the month of January is a great time to do it. You go to mypillow.com/RSBN, put that promo code RSBN at checkout, and you'll receive up to a huge discount. We used to be up to 66% off. Now I think we're a bit higher than that. They got some clearance items on there. So go check it out. Perhaps you got something for Christmas that you don't really like. Or you say, you know what, I'd really love a new mattress topper. You could do just that. Go over to mypillow.com/RSPN and help Mike Lindell. And in full transparency, every time you spend money on mypillow.com, it actually portion of those proceeds, well, they go back to us to help us as a network. So go check it out, mypillow.com. That's mypillow.com. Help you up. Oh,
and I'm going to jump up here with you.
And I got jump up. We're live on the air, and I just was talking about Mike Lindell, and now we're going to talk about you. Of course, Margie Taylor Greene joining us here at the watch party.
Hey, Mike, how's it going?
You asked how Arizona is? Corrupt.
Yeah. Mike, how's it going? How you doing?
Doing fine.
Glad you're here.
All right, we're glad you're here.
Yeah.
Made it in here. It's a lot of people here.
Oh my gosh, it's great. This is going to be the biggest victory. I tell you what, Nikki Haley may not drop out after tonight. She might be dumb enough to go all the way to South Carolina, where she will be defeated and it'll be embarrassing. But we just heard an interesting statistic, Brian, and there are more independents and more Democrats voting in the Republican primary here in New Hampshire than has ever happened in history. So I think we see people coming for President Trump, and we know exactly what this is.
Well, we saw one location actually report that they had run out of ballots to switch your voting registration. So
I'm not surprised to hear that. According to the exit polls, there are independents and Democrats voting like crazy in the Republican primary. We know what this is. We saw it in 2020. This is an effort by the establishment, by the Democrats, to make a victory happen or try to pump the numbers up for Nikki Haley. It's not going to happen, Brian. There's no way.
There's no way. Here's the latest numbers right now, according to the election headquarters. Trump's at 55.5, Nikki Haley 43.8. That's percentage. I'm sorry. That is percentage of votes that are in, and we'll try to get a little bit more numbers on that. Decision Desk has just called it for President Trump. Decision Desk has just called it for President Trump, reporting just now. And this is no surprise, Marjorie.
No, it's no surprise. We've been calling this since 2021. It was always going to happen. Of course, Nikki Haley was going to lose. She's just stupid enough to stay in the race, Brian. We are done with the neocons. We are done with the Republican rhino establishment. We're sick and tired of the uniparty. This is a referendum on the Republican Party, and they better listen up because they have been sent a message loud and clear. We are sick of their ways. It's time for America first, and it's happening tonight.
So now we need to shift our attention to Joe Biden. I asked President Trump earlier about that. And he says, look, I've been turning my attention to Joe Biden since the 2020 election, but what should we continue to do? Hammer down on the gas as far as talk about the economy, talk about the border, and just really hold Biden accountable for not only what he's done to this country, but what they're continuing to do to our country.
Oh, Americans are feeling it, Brian. Not only do we need to hammer down on the truth, and it's so easy to do. Well, you have the Biden campaign and the Biden administration trying to lie to people about what they feel with their paychecks, what they feel with their wallets, what they feel with their savings account. They can't lie their way out of this problem that they have created. You know, a wide open border causing illegal aliens to flood our country with an invasion we've never seen in history, never-ending wars, creating a war in Ukraine and supporting it with the federal government, fighting a proxy war with Russia. And then listen, DEI, these were normal letters of the alphabet, but it's now true racism in hiring practices across the country and woke policies trying to brainwash children that they can change their gender. This is not winning policies for the Biden administration, and they cannot do anything to win this election. What we need people to do, Brian, is we need people to turn out this year. We cannot be lazy. We cannot sit back. We need to send the message to the federal government. It's America first, and that's it. That's the only way forward.
Okay, earlier we were at a high school, at a voting location. You had a great time before President Trump showed up. You were interacting with the kids and stuff. What was the mood like there? But before Trump got there, what was the mood like?
It was incredible. I have to tell you, that was so organic. All these people started showing up, and they were all people from New Hampshire. And they were so excited because they're excited that President Trump is here on the ground. They were excited to vote for him, and they were excited just to be a part of it all. And their enthusiasm is overwhelming. And this is the same enthusiasm that we see all over the country. We're not just seeing it in New Hampshire. We're seeing it in New York City. We're seeing it in California. We're seeing it in Georgia. We're seeing it all over. We're going to see it in Nevada next. We're going to see it in South Carolina, and it's going to blow everyone away. People are ready. We're ready to save America, and we're ready to put America first.
Yeah, and we were talking to Byron Donalds earlier about people that have been agnostic in voting on either side are now seeing that, wait a minute, this President Trump's America First agenda actually works. Do you think that's only going to accelerate as we get closer to November?
Oh, I totally do. Here's what's the most impressive thing happening. The Republican Party is gaining voters, and they're only gaining voters because of President Trump. They're gaining voters because so many Americans are totally done. They're tired of being lied to. They're tired of saying, you got to vote Democrat because you're a minority. You have to vote Democrat because of your job. You have to vote Democrat because of whatever the identity issue is. And that's the lie that has been sold to Americans all this time. And we are seeing people cross over like never before. You know, here's the issue. People have been voting Democrat or Republican for decades, kind of like it's like a team sport. But it's not a sport. It's about policy. And the Republican Party is the party that President Trump is taking over. And the referendum tonight is happening, and it's happening from the people. This is the people telling the Republican Party, we're sick and tired of your BS. We're sick and tired of your America Last. We're tired of the neocons. We're tired of the globalism, and we're tired of the uniparty. So this is the referendum on the Republican Party. And if the Republican Party listens to the voters, they're going to bring in more voters than they have ever had before. And that's because of President Trump, and that's because of America First.
Okay, let's talk about Georgia. You've got Mike Collins right next to us. He's over here. Let's bring him in. Let's all three of us get here for a second. Come on, Mike. Make sure. Yeah. There we go. A little three-shot here. Georgia. It's a swing state.
Yeah.
Georgia's red, but
we're going to argue with you.
Okay,
we're going to argue with you. It's not a swing state. Georgia is a Republican state, and we're going to be fighting for it. What do you think, Mike?
Walk me through this.
No, well, it is a red state, and we had a big change in the 2020 election. But we have fixed a lot of that. The thing that we've got to do as a Republican Party is when it gets time to vote, we've got to start stop the policy talk and start talking about process. Now's the time to vote. If we're going to have an election season, make sure that people go out there and vote, because Republicans have always been notorious for waiting till election day to go vote. And so things happen, and we've got to get past that. We've got to play the game. I don't like drop boxes, but if we're going to use them, we got to use them.
There we go. The crowd obviously responding to the numbers. Trump won.
Trump won. Trump won. That's awesome. We knew he was going to win.
That means it's time to close this primary down.
Let's listen in. That's great. Great. That is, but you know what? We've all talked about that. Throwing out some hats to people. I don't know if you can get a shot of that. Maybe not.
Trump won. Yeah, like we didn't know. Exactly. This is awesome.
Yeah, but let's think about this for a second as we kind of, we move to now. We go to Nevada. Of course, there's a caucus and a primary. Nikki Haley is not in the caucus, and the caucus is the only thing that gives you delegates. She's skipping that because she knows she can't win. So does she drop? But then she goes to her home state.
But she can't win in South Carolina either.
Nope.
I mean, in my opinion, what she needs to do, she's got a little rally or whatever she's going to have in South Carolina tomorrow. Go ahead and use that as your speech that you're getting out of the race and you're putting your weight behind President Trump.
Well, you know what we're really seeing tonight is there is something coming out of the exit polls. We're seeing more independents, more Democrats voting in the Republican primary here in New Hampshire. These are fake numbers. Nikki Haley does not have this much support. She's going to come out and claim that she's rising in the polls. All these fake news media people up here on this platform are going to claim that Nikki Haley is rising in the polls. It's a total, complete lie. Absolute lie. Tonight, Nikki Haley was defeated. The problem is she's going to be dumb enough and she's going to be a fake candidate and she's going to keep going and we're going to destroy her in South Carolina. It's going to be a complete humiliation. I can't wait to see it happen, so I'm fired up.
And we will. Unfortunately, we will. And we shouldn't have to do that. Well, what should happen is she should go ahead and drop out and get out of this.
Let me ask you a question. Is it the donors and the consultants? The consultants, they want to say, keep going, Nikki. Keep going. Keep fundraising.
Get another paycheck, But yeah, it's time to coalesce around Trump. The guy's been in the lead since the summer, where he was up 40 points at one time. It was obvious then. It shouldn't be any more obvious than right now what should happen. We need to be hammering away at the general election and make sure that we turn out to vote November.
All right,
we're going to say this. Drop out, Nikki, because you are a loser. Drop out.
Maybe we can start the hashtag drop out, Nikki. Drop out. Maybe get that trending. All it takes is one tweet from you. Real quick before I let you go, let's talk about Fani Willis and what's going on in Georgia. Our viewers, I tell you something, guys. Our viewers cannot stand what's happening in Georgia right now. They are so pissed off, and that's the lack of a better word. Where are we at with all this?
I think it's obvious that Fani has had her eye on somebody else's fanny and not a court case. And I think the wheels are coming off that bus in short order. So
definitely. Well, when you're Fani Willis and Nathan Wade and you're colluding with the January 6th committee, you're colluding with the White House, and you're creating your prosecution plans between the sheets, then you've got a bad case going on. This needs to be a criminal investigation. Governor Kemp, Attorney General Chris Carr need to open up a criminal investigation against Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade. The oversight committee is great. We need to go after DAs in our state that are corrupt and are not doing their job, but I really think they need to go a lot further with Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade.
Oh, they do. And the thing is, I think as you see just a little bit more and more information come out, it will become an avalanche. I mean, it's just like a snowball going downhill.
Yep.
People are going to understand, hey, I better get out there and tell what I know, because if I don't, then I'm liable to be in just as much trouble. So, you're going to see a lot more information. And it's not just this case. I find it so amazing that Donald Trump was just so revered and was one of the greatest Americans to date until he got into the presidency. Then all of a sudden, he was the boogeyman. And people don't buy that. They don't. They see through that farce. And these court cases, they're going to start falling apart. They already are. And people are understanding that it is just another way of the deep state trying to make sure that we do not take our country back. But I guarantee you one thing, come November, we're going to put Trump back in the White House. We're taking our country back.
We're going to take this country back. Amen to that. Great. I mean, this crowd now is turned out to a party. It was usually a watch party. It's no longer a watch. It's just a party at this point because President Trump has won New Hampshire. Well,
What time is it? He won, what time did he won before?
It is 8:13. He won before 8 o'clock.
Let me tell you, I was meeting with the Trump campaign last night, and they said, well, we'll see it called maybe close to 9 o'clock.
So he won it. I'm being told he won at 8:03 officially. 8:03.
It's hilarious. Nikki Haley is such a joke. I mean, this primary is over with. Can you imagine being a donor and lighting your money on fire like that? Donating to Nikki Haley, begging her to stay in the race. I mean, these political consultants, they should go to jail for continuing this campaign. I mean, it is so dishonest, I can't even believe it.
From what I understand right now, Biden is not even winning in New Hampshire. Can you get a clarification on the desk? What's the percentage of Biden? You guys can update it in Slack or let me know on air. But Biden, a write-in candidate.
Isn't it a sad state of affairs when you have a Democrat primary going on, you got the president who's Democrat, and they're saying, please write his name in as the candidate. I mean, to me, that just tells you the Democrats don't even want this guy left on the ballot anymore.
Yeah.
The write-in is 51.2, and Biden's at 15.6. So the write-in candidate's smoking Joe Biden right now.
So we can officially say the Biden-Harris campaign has dementia just like the president. They forgot to put him on the ballot, and their voters are having to write it in, and he's losing. Joe Biden is losing the write-in here in New Hampshire. You can't say anything more pathetic than that.
You can't make that up. Well, Jimmy Kimmel write about that tomorrow night on his show. It's just great stuff. Well, any closing thought? I don't know if you guys said, does she need to roll? Okay, great. Okay. There's so many media here. I didn't know what her schedule was. I think it's exciting, but I said more importantly, I like the young people that are coming out to vote. Historically, we have not seen a lot of first-time voters. We saw some today. A guy screamed, hey, President Trump, I'm a first-time voter. Sign my hat. And we're getting a lot of the first-time voters out.
Yeah, I met several of them actually out at that polling location. It was incredible. They were coming out. They were like, "We're so excited to vote for President Trump. It's our first time voting." There were kids out in the crowd. They were coming out with their parents. Couldn't stop cheering for President Trump. It's really exciting for the future.
Yeah, I tell you what. Earlier, let's see if we can re-rack that OTR stop I had with President Trump. I'll let you guys in the studio get that set up. Earlier, I had a chance to ride in the motorcade, which is always exciting when you go to one of these events. And he pulled up at a high school. It was a polling facility, and this is what it looked like and sounded like. Stand by. Check it out.
No matter what happens.
Just a little bit. I'm going to do him. Come on, I'll do him.
How you doing? Good. After the win tonight, would you then shift and pivot your focus on the national or the general
Well, I
election?
think I've shifted there already. I mean, I'm looking at Biden. Biden is the worst president in the history of our country. We've never had anybody like him. Jimmy Carter's the happiest man alive today. You know why? His presidency looks brilliant by comparison to Biden. The worst president we've ever had, what he's done to our country, what he's done to the border with millions of people pouring in. People from prisons, from mental institutions, and terrorists are pouring into our country. They do nothing about it. And we're going to be paying a big price, but we'll handle the whole thing. But what they have done to this country is very... That's why you have the people here. How are you? Nice to see you.
Good to see you, sir.
Nice to see you.
How important is it for the party to unify behind you after
We're going to
tonight?
unify the party. The party's going to be unified. It already is unifying. When you look at a crowd like this, and they had no idea I was coming. In fact, 20 minutes ago, I had no idea I was coming. You want to know the truth? They had no idea. And you look at a crowd like this, we're going to have a big victory. We're going to have a big victory. You doing okay?
I am.
I love this guy. And this one and that one. Say it.
Nikki Haley says she won't drop out of this race no matter what happens.
Well, she may not. I don't care if she drops out. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, she said she'd never run. Remember that? So what did that mean? She said, I will never run because he was a great president. I will never run. Then she started running. So what she said doesn't matter, right? Because it doesn't, oftentimes she'll say things that she doesn't mean. But I think that she's worked very hard, but I couldn't care less. If she drops out, that's fine, and if she doesn't. But we go, next stop is Nevada, where we win 100% because nobody, they looked at the polling. I was at 94%, and they didn't register. They didn't want to pay the fee to register. So we win 100% of Nevada, and then we go to South Carolina, and I think I'm winning by 50%. And we have support of almost every. Is it 70? I'm 70. Am I 70? If you said 70, I'm going to sign your hat. If you said 70, I'm going to sign his hat. He's got to be a Trump guy.
You'll be 4-0 after the first four primaries.
Look, you always look at it still politics, and this one should be great. So Iowa last week, we thought we were going to do well. We had no idea. We ended up at a tremendous number. That was an all-time record. And maybe we do it today.
I heard some of the networks say that if he didn't win by 62 points...
Well, no, they'll set something. Yeah. They'll say if we didn't win by 114%. Here you go, man. Look at the hair of that guy. Look at the hair of him. That's pretty good hair. Huh?
How do you feel about this crowd today?
Wear a hat. You'll disturb your hair.
How do you feel about the crowd today coming out for you?
Well, I think it's amazing because nobody knew. 10 minutes ago, I didn't know I was going to be here. And I came here, I said, look at the people. These people are here to vote for us, and that's a great honor. Have you spoken now I really feel we might have a chance of a really big day. We're going to make America great again. We're going to make that border so good, so strong, so powerful. The border, I think, has become the biggest issue now. You know, it was number 3, 4, it was always up there. I did such a good job in 2016 that in 2020 it wasn't an issue. The border wasn't even talked about. I wanted to talk about the border. Nobody wanted to talk. This makes the 2016 situation look like nothing. This is the worst border that any country probably has ever had. And I don't think Biden has any idea what he's doing to destroy this country.
Can you comment on what's going on in Texas with Greg Abbott and Supreme Court rule?
Well, that was a surprising ruling. Very surprising. But we'll get it straightened out because basically they gave the power to the federal government. I understand that. But when I'm in the federal government, they can put up all the wire they want. Okay? They can put up all the wire they want. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. President. Get in and vote. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time out here. Get in and vote. Here, take a hat. Here, ready? So long, everybody.
All right, thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go.
All right, we're back out here live. That was a great segment there. You got to see a little bit of the excitement on the ground, and President Trump talking about not pivoting away from the general election and kind of staying on it, and also talked a little about he doesn't care if Nikki Haley stays in or drops out. I think the voters have been very vocal about that. We're going to get into what does the future look like for the Democratic Party, but first let's talk about the emergency wellness kit, this contagion kit, which is so important right now that you have what you need to prepare yourself for any type of outbreak that happens. And I tell you, whether it's Z-Pak, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, whatever it is, Dr. Peter McAuliffe have put together a great wellness emergency kit for you. The information to order is on your screen. I've said this before, this is probably one of the most important things that we promote on this network because it's about your health. If you don't have your health when you get sick, if you don't have the solution or the medicine when you get sick, you can't really, nothing else matters. So go check it out. The information is on your screen for that. Pick it up. It's a wellness emergency kit. And you know what? We've got the trusted doctors behind it, Dr. Peter McAuliffe, and that definitely means a lot. We're going to check some numbers here before we go on to the next topic. I want to make sure we get, I guess, official, the 53.9. So I actually said in between 52 and 54 is what I thought she would get. Haley just stated that she is not conceding. New Hampshire is the first in the nation, not the last. So she's not planning on, and we didn't think she would, but she's not going to drop out, I don't think. And especially, I wouldn't think before she even gets to her state in South Carolina. So we'll stay on top of that. But what does the future look like for the Democrats? And I'd like to play fantasy politics for a little bit. I love talking about what I would do in certain scenarios. And I said this probably 2.5 years ago that I felt like Gavin Newsom would be the nominee for the Democratic Party. I felt like Joe Biden was damaged goods. I felt like he did not have not near the support, I don't think, of the American people. He may have support of the corrupt, weaponized government, but the American people see through these policies. And so you can't necessarily run on your past resume. You can't run that you've had a strong economy. Yes, the stock market has been done fairly well, and it has did fairly well under President Trump as well. But your average income, your unemployment, which, if you go over New Hampshire just for a second, New Hampshire has a very strong job market here. They do have some big Fortune 500 companies within a 200-mile radius of his entire area. So they have a very strong job market, a low unemployment, and kind of in a tight labor market. In other words, there is a need for people in this area to fill the jobs and the demand right now. And that is one of the biggest problems that this area faces. And along with that comes a very high housing market as far as cost of living to live. So we have low unemployment, we have a demand for hiring new workers, and also a very high cost of living here. The average household medium income is $90,000 in New Hampshire. That's slightly above the national average. So you've got some really good components in this state, but that doesn't necessarily reflect the rest of the country. Matter of fact, the Democrats, this is interesting to read. I wrote this quote that let's get that. The Democrats don't like New Hampshire because it's too white and not urban enough. That's why they tend to, I guess, ignore this state. They necessarily don't think it's something that is in the wheelhouse of the Democratic Party. But so what does the party look like right now for a Democrat? I said this before. I think, indeed, it's not necessarily Joe Biden. I think it's leaning towards Gavin Newsom. I think it's also it's got to be someone else that can connect to the voter. Now, if you look around here, there is a lot of younger people here at the Trump Watch Party. We've seen a lot of younger people on the campaign trail. I think younger people aren't necessarily going to identify with Joe Biden. They feel, I think, disenfranchised. At least the far progressive Democrat voter feels that way. I think they've lost a lot of support from the progressives, and I'm talking about the AOCs of the world, this younger, the Green New Deal and all of these things that they push. I think the Democrat Party has lost them. Now, if you throw in the war in Ukraine, you kind of throw in all of the dynamics of that war, not just whether or not we should be sending our hard-earned taxpayers dollars to fund a proxy war with Russia through Ukraine, but then it gets into possible like a draft. Like, what does that look like if a draft ever came, and do we have the support for a draft? Do we have the people willing to get involved and fight for this country? I really think sometimes if you look at some of the cultural issues that we have, then when you look at some of that stuff, it doesn't match up. So I personally think that it won't be. I don't think Joe Biden can make it through the campaign to make it to another 4 years. So I think it needs to be another candidate in his place, and that would be maybe a laundry list. I actually like the fact that if I was a Democrat, I'd probably slide in perhaps a Gavin Newsom. I would fly in somebody that's a little bit younger and more dynamic that can reach out to these younger voters. I might be able to connect with them. Now, with that said, he's got to run on a very failed economic situation in California. Now, California obviously is I think the 5th largest economy in the world. So it's massive, but they have massive social issues as well. So on President Trump, and he's even said this, he does not, it doesn't matter who's in front of him on the debate stage, he'll do just fine. But with Gavin Newsom, he said, I'd love to debate Gavin Newsom because I think that would be a no contest because of the failed economic policy. So if you want to California this country, then you go vote for, Gavin Newsom. If you want a solid America with jobs and security and safety and border control, then President Trump is your person. So the Democratic Party is really fractured right now, and that does reflect in the totals that we got earlier from even here in New Hampshire. I mean, he got 5th in 2020. He may not get 5th today, but he's certainly not going to get first. I'm going to see if I can step aside real quick. I'll see if I can read some updates while you guys take a look at this. Now the crowd's, I would say it's they're having a good time here tonight. All right, so Democrat right now, as of 8:25, a write-in has 51.4, Phillips 24.7, Biden coming in at third at 18.4, Williamson at 5.0, and then other at 0.5. So Joe Biden at the currently has third place. Now turning our attention to the Republican side as of 8:30, Donald J. Trump coming in at 54%, Haley at 45.3, Ron 0.5. So the margin there, you have what, a 9-point single-digit margin? I will say this. I was watching Fox News earlier, and they did say that they would consider it a win for Haley if she kept it within single digits. That would be a win.
Brian, do you have any water?
I don't.
Okay, we'll get you something in just an hour.
So, if indeed, let me just try to get out of the way here for a second. We got a lot of people moving through here. Deal with this for a second. This is what happens on a crowded media riser on election night. But if they would consider it, here we are. They would consider it a victory if she got within single digits. Well, it looks like she might have done that. But by the reports that we're hearing, if those numbers reflect a lot of independents and Democrats, that just goes to show you can throw the whole entire kitchen sink against President Trump and he still wins. Democrats, independents coming together with never Trumpers, you put them all together, they throw it against the wall, and that's what sticks. And it's still not enough to beat President Trump. So I think that's very very interesting about that, because you would think if you take those independents and Democrats out, and I want to get verification of what I'm saying is accurate. We heard this earlier. It's a phenomenal win with President Trump, because I think if you take the Democrats and the independents out, it's certainly something to look at. What I want to do is re-rack, if we could. We talked about the next stop, because it is moving out to the West Coast. We're going to Las Vegas next week, and for an event, of course, on February 8th. There's the caucus out in Nevada. Let's see if we got some more stuff. I thought maybe we had some stuff coming in. On February 8th is the Nevada caucus, not the primary, the caucus. Christina Bobb and myself sat down and we talked about what you can do and what you can't do and all the information you need to know. So we got New Hampshire wrapped up. We're going to move out to Nevada. This is what you need to know about the Nevada caucus. Listen in.
Who do you think should be Vice President?
Welcome, everyone. Brian Glenn from Right Side Broadcasting. And we wanted to come on here real quick and talk about Nevada. Now, we've been getting emails from viewers like you claiming they do not see Donald J. Trump's name on the Nevada primary ballot. And so a lot of people are claiming what's going on in Nevada. Are they trying to keep him off the ballot? Are they trying to block him from being the GOP nominee? Well, we want to get all the facts. To that, we turn to Trump attorney from Save America and our own Christina Bobb joining me to talk about Nevada, and we're going to set the record straight about this meaningless primary that's in Nevada. Let's talk about that. A lot of people may not know there's a primary, but there's also a caucus. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And you're perfect to say it's a meaningless primary. It is a meaningless primary, which is why Donald Trump's name is not on that ballot, as well as Ron DeSantis. If you are a Trump voter, if you want to support Donald Trump for the early state of Nevada, you must go to the caucus on February 8th. There is a primary. It is a meaningless primary that was created as a result of the leftist Democrats in the Nevada state who were embarrassed when Bernie Sanders embarrassed Joe Biden in 2020. They wanted to remove the process from a caucus into a primary, ironically, so that they could control the outcome a little bit better. That's what it looked like anyway. But the Republicans did not migrate over to a primary process. They have maintained the caucus process. All of the delegates for the Republican Party are awarded through the caucus. The candidates have to pick whether they want to be part of the caucus or whether they want to be part of the primary. So any serious candidate who actually wants to win those delegates chose to be part of the caucus, which Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis both chose to be part of the caucus, which is why their names are not on the ballot. So if you want to support Donald Trump, ignore the primary ballot. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump or actually winning the Nevada caucus, and make sure you go to your precinct to caucus for Donald Trump on February 8th.
It's interesting to note that President Trump won the Nevada caucus back in 2016, and it's all about controlling the narrative, and it's nothing more than a publicity play here, because Nikki Haley can go into the primary, win it, and of course the mainstream media will push out the narrative, and there'll be social media clips that Haley dominated Nevada, further looking like she's got the momentum going into South Carolina. But by not being on the caucus where the actual delegates matter, it does show a little bit of weakness in her not willing to fight for those actual delegates, but taking the lower path of just getting the social media praise of winning the primary, which is meaningless.
You're exactly right. Democrats removed the process from a caucus process to the primary because they wanted to control the outcome. Republicans in the state rejected it. Republicans say we want it to be a caucus. We want it to be, really from the party and the voters getting together to make this decision. And Nikki Haley gave a nod to her Democrat colleagues, saying that she would play their game and play the primary game, which should be concerning for anybody concerned about election integrity, because it means she trusts the election process better than the caucus process, which any conservative these days I would think would laugh at that. That's a laughable idea. But the reason they switched it was because it's more controllable. It's easier for them to control the outcome of an election than it is a caucus. So yeah, you're exactly right to say that this really is a publicity stunt. And I think it's a disinformation campaign really from Democrats. And we see a lot of disinformation coming out about this, about if you want to vote Republican, vote in the primary. And it's simply not true. The delegates are awarded in the caucus 2 days later, February 8th. The primary is February 6th. If you want to figure out where your precinct is, you can go to nv.donaldjtrump.com. It's like Nevada, nv.donaldjtrump.com. And figure out where your caucus is, where your precinct is, and make sure you show up and be part of the process.
And if you're thinking about, election integrity, very much like the Iowa caucus, the Nevada caucus does do a paper ballot. They meet in these small groups. They count the ballots right there in front of everyone. They have a total that night, typically a few hours after the close of the caucus. So it's a safe and secure way to cast your ballot. And I think that's what people learned in Iowa as we knew the results at about an hour and 30 minutes into Iowa.
That's exactly right. Imagine that. Republicans wanting paper ballots, same day counting, results displayed in front of everybody. The process is open so people can watch it. It's very transparent. Imagine that it actually works for Republicans and they don't want to change that process. If you want to be a part of the process, show up at your precinct. It's from 5 to 7 p.m. on February 8th. And yeah, get out, be a part of the process, and help support Donald Trump.
And it's interesting to note they've been doing this since 1981. So they've been doing it for a while. But many of you that might have just moved to the state are a little confused when they got the ballot in the mail and didn't see Trump's name on it. So I think it's important that we clarify all of that right now. And rest assured, if you want to cast your vote for President Trump, you do that in the caucus on February 8th. Christine and Bob, it's always a pleasure. I can't wait to get you back out on the road and stay warm down there in South Florida right now.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you. All right, back out here live at the Trump Victory Watch Party. We can call it officially now. Welcome at 8:40 here local time. We're going to get into some other news, but real quick, let me talk about our friends over at TrulyOffice.com. And TrulyOffice.com is a great Patriot company. Look, if you're looking for no more data, no more expensive subscriptions, no more giving your money to evil woke billionaires, and Truly Office is affordable and easy to use and built on the values we hold dear. Complete control of your data, privacy, no ads, no tracking. So your hard-earned dollars and support a conservative company that respects your values and our veterans. Visit TrulyOffice.com and let's make your office work great again. Who doesn't like that, right? Let's get these big tech dictators out of your life, and you can make sure that you secure all of your data and that basically that your privacy is protected. So check it out, our friends over at TrulyOffice.com. This has turned into a victory party. It wasn't an election watch party. Now it's a victory watch party, and we've got several hundred people in this room. Perhaps, maybe the top of the hour, might hear a few words from President Trump. He's scheduled to make an appearance here. We don't necessarily know what time that will be, but we will certainly keep you updated on that. But as you can see, a lot of people having a good time. It does feel, there's two different feels on this. Sometimes you have the pre-rally type feeling where everyone is kind of anticipating just a speech from President Trump. Tonight, we put some points on the board, as I like to say, and for the second, week in a row, we got, Iowa, points on the board. New Hampshire, points on the board. And I think it's tremendous that is the case here tonight. And so as we switch our attention to Las Vegas or it's the state of Nevada on February 8th, and you guys kind of got the 411 on that, after that, we lead our attention to South Carolina, and then eventually we make our way into Super Tuesday on March 5th. I was just kind of going over the list right here. We've got the Michigan on March 2nd. That's a state convention. the Idaho caucus on March 2nd, the Missouri caucus on March 2nd. March 3rd is a D.C. primary. March 4th is North Dakota caucus. And March 5th, obviously, is Super Tuesday. Now, the delegates up for this, we got 22 delegates. Now, they're proportional. The allocation is based on the vote. So candidates need to meet a 10% threshold, which is, I guess, important to mention there. So it's not a winner-take-all situation at all. It is a threshold percentage on delegates. So it's got a different energy in the room. They've known that, hey, we come out today was election day, and New Hampshire stepped up and won. Now, it was what I thought it would be a 52 to 54 point victory, and it looks like we're right in that margin right there. But and also, side note, I've always said that when we come to New Hampshire, the amount, the energy, the excitement in terms of the crowd here is something that we've never experienced before, and I think that the live free or die motto that they have here 100% is reflected in these rallies, and that the fact that they truly love this country. They want to be first in the nation. They demand to be first in the nation, despite the GOP or any other or political organization. They simply will not listen to them. They want to be first. They feel like they have the ideas and ideals of being the typical, American viewpoint on this, even though the Democrats think it's too white and not urban enough. But they do feel like they have the ideals of America, and they want to be first. So they are first. And so we can now, confidently say that President Trump has won New Hampshire. So if you're just tuning in, hey, welcome. President Trump's victory party tonight here in Nashua, New Hampshire. And we're glad you're joining us early. We had Matthew Alvarez was out on the road at the Red Arrow Diner, that is, and it's been, one of these landmarks here in the state. Yeah, Mark, let's pop on just for a second. Do you have somewhere else you got to go? No. Not yet. I was just talking about how New Hampshire wanted to be first because they feel like they kind of reflect the country. They think, okay, we want to be able to be the first state to say we reflect what this country is all about, and we want to dictate moving forward. Do you think, from the people you've seen in New Hampshire, that they reflect for the majority of Americans in this country?
I think they do. I think regular people here in New Hampshire are a perfect reflection of the rest of the country. I totally agree with that statement. But I also think that this primary has been really interesting. These exit polls showing that more independents, more Democrats voted in the Republican primary than actual Republican voters. I think that really spells the biggest victory for Donald Trump that we have ever seen. It's bigger than what we could have expected. You know what that means, Brian? That means that not just Republican voters are coming to vote for Donald Trump. That shows you that independents and Democrats are also voting for Donald Trump. And that proves to everyone Nikki Haley is a fake candidate. And it's time to end it right now. But I'm really impressed with New Hampshire tonight. I really am.
And I also think that they threw everything but the kitchen sink at President Trump here in New Hampshire, and he still won, despite Democrats coming out and voting for Nikki Haley just to block President Trump. So think about it like that. Independents and Democrats coming out to vote for Haley just because they not because they like her, right, but they dislike Trump so much. So they threw everything and the kitchen sink at President Trump, and they still didn't beat him.
Yeah, I mean, look at what they've done. We're looking at over 90 federal indictments from the Department of Justice. We're looking at 4 different state DAs. trying to prosecute President Trump and put him in jail for the rest of his life, which is a death sentence. We are talking about the mainstream media. All these people standing up here that you work with every single day, these people slander President Trump every day in the news. They call him every name in the book. They call him a Nazi. They call him Hitler. They call him a dictator. They claim all these things against him that aren't true. Tonight in New Hampshire, he is destroying everyone in this election. And that is with independents and Democrats voting more in the Republican primary than Republican voters. This is a bigger victory than anyone could have realized, and it needs to stop. The attacks on President Trump, his family, his business, and everything that he stands for, and more importantly, the people that support him, the American people, it needs to stop. Enough is enough in this country, and we're sick and tired of it. I am absolutely fed up with it. It's time to come together. It's time to be Americans. It's time to be Americans first, and the voters have declared it tonight.
How big is the conflict in Ukraine going to play on this election? Because obviously the base is very much against this conveyor belt of U.S. tax dollars going over to Zelensky's pockets. We're against that. But President Biden and many of the Democrats and even some of the House Republicans who, I fight more on the Republicans and you fight more Republicans. How big is Ukraine going into this war?
I think it's huge. The real issue is our southern border. We have seen the Supreme Court come down with a ruling that actually says the federal government is now at war with the state of Texas, and that is over Texas border security. But yet we have the idiots in Washington, D.C. that continue to want to be America last. And so here we have the Senate coming out with this border package that they're going to try to force us in the House to actually vote for, where they want us to fund Ukraine $60 billion more when you have President Zelensky of Ukraine asking Switzerland for, they're asking for peace talks. So my question back to the Washington establishment is how many Ukrainian men are going to have to die in a war that the United States is funding because it's a proxy war against Russia? How much more is that going to continue on? So if you call yourself pro-Ukraine, you should be for saving Ukrainian lives, not funding the war that's murdering them. You should be for peace for Ukraine and prosperity for Ukraine, not for funding a war that's murdering Ukrainians. So yeah, this Ukraine war is big, but our border security is number one, and that's what we're going to fight for.
If you missed it earlier, Marjorie and I were talking about the impeachment of Mayorkas and how is that a priority for House Republicans. Now, obviously, your guys are going to take a vote on January 31st in committee, but once it gets to the House floor, what are the chances of Republicans coming together and sending a message that, Mayorkas, no more?
Well, I tell you what, if any Republican that I work with is paying attention to this election right now, they better come on board and get ready to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. These are my articles of impeachment, and I serve on the Homeland Security Committee. This is something that we have all together as a committee been working on, because with our chairman, Mark Green, with all of the other good congressmen and women that I serve with, they have been working hard on this issue. We are ready to move forward with impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas, and we're ready for all of our colleagues to join us. Actually, it doesn't matter, Republican or Democrat. We need to impeach Secretary Mayorkas because he has broken federal law, and he's broken the laws of the United States with his wide open border policies, and it's murdering Americans every day.
Can we talk about Hunter Biden and the way Hunter Biden made a surprise appearance in the markup, and then suddenly, it was a PR stunt. Walk us through real quickly. What was you thinking when Hunter Biden got up with his little crew and ran out the door?
Well, I was really thinking to myself, this man, he's a grown adult, and he was surrounded by grown adult men. And as soon as I was recognized to speak, here he was, him and his Kevin Morris, his sugar daddy, and his attorney, Abby Lowell, got up and they literally ran out of the room. They ran out of the oversight room. And what did that say? That meant they were terrified of the words that I was about to speak to Hunter Biden out of that microphone. And that shows you right there that Hunter Biden cannot face the truth, and he has everything to hide. And you don't want to know what he's hiding, Brian? He is hiding the fact that he has trafficked women, he's violated the Mann Act, and that he has behaved in repulsive ways Not only that, he's guilty. He and his family are guilty of corruption, and they have sold out America. They have sold out Americans, and they have sold Joe Biden's power and his positions of power, and they have enriched themselves by millions and millions of dollars. And this isn't something we're making up. We have absolute evidence of this. We have it through our Oversight Committee investigations, and we are going after Hunter Biden, but really we're going after Joe Biden, because Joe Biden is the one that was elected by people to serve this country, and Joe Biden is the one that sold this country out. So shame on Joe Biden. Shame on Hunter Biden, and you know what? He needs to be impeached. We need to impeach Joe Biden, and I hope that's what we do after this.
Okay. How can people follow you on social media? I know that you're very active on X, and you like to really push out a lot of stuff that you might not see on every other Republican's pages, but how can they follow you?
Well, I hope they follow me on my social media. My congressional accounts are Rep MTG. That's where you can follow my work. You can also follow my personal accounts at Real Marjorie Green, or on X at MT Green E. That's got 2 E's on the end. That's my original account that Twitter banned because I told the truth about COVID. But I'm back on there now. So.
Take me walk. I was with you when they reinstated her account, and you would think that she saw Santa Claus for the first time. You were real excited about that. Do you remember what your first tweet was when you got it reinstated?
I can't remember, to be honest with you. I think I'm too excited about President Trump destroying this election tonight.
That's great. Let's step aside and talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. We talked about the economy. We talked about a lot of stuff going on right now in the world and a lot of uncertainty, but all you have to do is simply text the words Trump to 989898. That is Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group, and they'll tell you how to really transition from a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA, and they can do that. And it's as easy as just picking up the phone right now before maybe President Trump comes out. 989898's the number, and just simply text the words Trump. Now, I've got some updated numbers here. I got 55.1 for Donald J. Trump, and Haley coming in at 44.2, DeSantis at 0.5, and Otter 0.2. So we're now in that 55 point, region, which is a little higher than what I thought. But anyway, you can see probably Marjorie taking some pictures with some fans. But go check it out. The Birch Gold Group. Text Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Groups. A lot of familiar faces in the room today. Obviously, a lot of Trump surrogates, a lot of Trump supporters. So we can, really talk about as you got a live look at the room. I am anticipating a speech here probably on the other side of the 9 o'clock hour. I think it's probably intimate. I would imagine President Trump saying a few words, but I was saying there were some familiar faces here, and I know that you've got some surrogates. You got obviously people from Congress. Have you seen any senators here or anybody else?
I see Senator Scott right there.
Well, there he is. What perfect timing is that? I look over, Senator Scott right there. I just said. That's pretty funny. Anyway, you're going to make your way down there. We appreciate your taking time.
Heading down. Thank you so much. Yeah. RSBN's awesome. Greatest followers, greatest viewers. We love everybody. Thank you for supporting President Trump.
We love you. Thank you for supporting President Trump as well. So we'll see if we can't get maybe Senator Scott over here, what he's done. I'm not sure if he's will be available, but that was the first time I've seen him as well. But the room is filling up. But you've got people that have come out for the president, and it's a little different than I would say. It's got a feel of a rally, but it's very much an election victory party, though. I said that, and it's kind of hard to describe. It does feel like that. Okay, so we've got the numbers. We have all of that. we talked a little. Margie talked a little bit about the ESG and how that was the corporate scam behind that. And President Trump does talk about that during his speech. In fact, that this whole agenda has been forced on American corporations in need of having some type of minimal carbon footprint or some type of equity as far as hiring or certain people, even with not only it still doesn't matter about your ability to do a job now. It's more in line with how many people in the LGBTQ community have you hired. It's more about that than the actual people that you hire. And I think it's interesting that you've even got that in the airlines. And I said this earlier, I don't know about you, but when I step on an airplane, I'm less concerned about the latest hire meeting some checkbox. Meeting some checkbox, and I'm more concerned about the ability of a pilot and can they land the plane? Are they an effective pilot? Are they trained? How many flying hours do they have? And we've even got pilots on our staff right now that would probably back me up on this, because I know it's very hard to get your pilot license. It's very hard to go through flight school. It's very much like going through medical school, from what I understand. So I'd like to see a little bit more career path, some trade stuff being implemented on that. We're going to take a quick commercial timeout. We come back. We're live at President Trump's now victory party here in New Hampshire. A few minutes. We'll come right back. Don't go away.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow, towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept. I'm interrupting this commercial to let you know you can get our 6-piece My Towels, regular $69.98, now only $29.98. Or you can save 25% on our brand new kitchen towels, made with the same technology as our famous My Towels. Also, we have bath sheets, bath towels, washcloths, hand towels, and so much more. And the best part, with your promo code, your entire order ships absolutely free. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use that promo code to get deep discounts on all My Towels. And for a limited time, your order ships absolutely free.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble and the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
All right, we're back out here live in the Trump victory party. We'll get to some other results and talk about, hopefully Matthew Alvarez can get some reaction from some fans here in the building. But first, let's talk about our website and let's talk about donations because of you. And I've had this is a true story here. I've had 3 people come up to me since we got here today that said, listen, we've been a fan of Right Side since day one. And that means back in the day when we were doing it on a cell phone and basically having a one-man band going to these rallies and hoping to scrounge it together to bring you a quality broadcast and go to everything. And of course we've been able to do that because of our viewers like you and through donations. So we just encourage everybody to go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate, and donate. It's safe, it's secure, and it's going to go to a great cause. I remember one of my very first rallies I ever did, and this guy came up to me on a Mediarizer and said, I love what you do. Thank you so much. You're fighting for freedom. And he actually just said, here's $50. Here's $50. Let me buy you dinner. Let me buy you lunch. I'm paying my conservative bill. I was blown away at the generosity that a man that I had not met, and I had just started at the network, felt the need to say, wait a minute, if it wasn't for you, I don't get to see all of this. I don't get to see the rallies. And so I do know with the donations, they go such a long way. Just seeing the music died for a second, didn't know what was going to happen behind me. So the donations go such a long way. So whether that's $5, $50, or whatever, if you feel the lead to give, there's the information on your screen. Go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Every single penny of your donation goes to this network to help us travel across the country and cover all of these events. Now, if you want to look, and I can tell you who's next and to the left and to the right and behind me, it's media. We probably have 150 media outlets here. No joke. 150 media outlets on this Mediarizer. Now, and the thing is, we are still competing, and we are side by side with people who have absolutely tens of millions of dollars of budget to do the same thing we're doing. And we're doing it for way less. And we're doing it actually good-heartedly. We're trying to tell the truth. We're not trying to spin the story or squeeze the narrative. So just ask you to go to our website, rsbnetwork.com, rsbnetwork.com/donate, and you can donate whatever you feel led to do. This group here is certainly getting rowdy inside here, and I can only imagine what there's a spillover area outside as well. People are probably standing around excited. They're seeing the news come out. They're seeing the results be released, and they know that the last week or so in New Hampshire, as the president has gone place to place, all for votes, everyone is excited. Matthew Alvarez is in the lobby outside talking to some people. Matthew, what's going on?
Brian, thank you so much. We are just outside the watch party here at the Sheraton Hotel in New Hampshire. I'm joined by a few Trump supporters. We got Make America Great Again hats here. Your thoughts about the fact that President Trump won the first in the nation primary?
He was a great president. He has proven success, between the economy, keeping peace, having Israel get along with its neighbors, and standing up to the ruling class that has been failing this country for far too long.
And your thoughts, ma'am?
On him winning the primaries, we've got to change the world. We've got to make America great again to make the world great again.
Did you hear anything about some of the crossover votes where some people that are Democrats and independents would change their party affiliation, vote for Haley?
I've heard that at his rallies. He was speaking about that. I mean, look at all the corruption. This is sickening. There's no law and order anymore at all. We need a little bit of law and order. Okay.
Of course, he comes out still on top with the victory.
Always. He always will. The light will always prevail over the darkness.
That's right. The darkness will flee in the light, right?
Amen. Amen to that.
So your thoughts finally just about the direction of the country right now. We're months away from the election, but we're hoping for a win.
Well, Election Day is November 9th always, and that's my birthday. So I hope to wake up turning 42 to President Trump winning. Well, I shouldn't say hope. I know we're going to wake up and to a win, a landslide victory, and it's going to be amazing.
Thank you so much. And then finally, let's go continue down the line here. Nice hat there. What are your thoughts, man?
Well, this primary is showing the thought process of the average American right now, and it shows that we need Trump, and we need him for another 4 years to make America great again, and we need to secure our border. And Trump is for the average American. He's not a globalist. He's not pushing the agenda. And if you elect Donald Trump as president, then we're going to be able to support the average American for the next 4 years.
So when did you start getting into all of this thing called politics? I mean, is it something that has been since youth or recently?
Since youth, definitely with family. I didn't get to vote in the 2016 election, but I definitely voted in 2020. And I'm definitely going to vote for Donald Trump this year as well.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very
Nice
much.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right. Yeah, nice to meet you guys.
Can we get a photo with you?
Of course, you can get a photo real quick, but we are live right now here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's all right, you can take a quick photo. But, we saw just over at the Red Arrow Diner, which was pretty awesome just earlier in the broadcast. If you missed any of those interviews, you can scrub back on Rumble or YouTube, wherever you're watching. So let's just walk this way a little bit, see if we can run into some more patriots and the people that are just happy that President Trump won here in New Hampshire. To my left, you might not recognize this guy, but we actually interviewed him at the diner. I said, hey, you guys going to they asked me where the watch party was, so here they are. What's it like to continue the business trip with you and your wife from Texas?
This is exciting. And then I heard that it was called on the way down. So, yeah, we're just kind of hoping to get another glimpse of the future president.
Your thoughts?
I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying every bit, and it's Trump all the way for us.
And so when did you start to like Donald Trump, or just the fact of all these conservative, policies?
When I met him, I was Democrat. Yeah, my parents were Democrat and everything. So right before they passed away, because they no longer live, they became Republicans, and from there. And then I met him, and he's Republican, so we had something in common.
So was it easy for you to make the transition from a Democrat to a Republican, and what was it like to do that?
No, well, I guess Democrats are used to a different way, and I learned that if you want something, you go get it. You don't wait for somebody to hand it to you. Yeah. If you're going to get somewhere in life, and it's true. We work now.
The party has walked away. The party has walked away from their constituents. They've moved on. They've gone so far to the left. So we know several people that are there in the valley, back in McAllen, that are Democrats, and they can't stand what's happening going on in the border.
And Joe, if you missed the interview, Joe and Ira at the diner, we were talking about the fact that they live 6 miles north of the southern border. So just in case you missed that, I do want to ask that important question once again. What is it really like to live that close to an invasion of our country?
Well, the ugly side of it, right, is the trash that's left behind, the people that are just being used, the people that are there in our city. You don't want to become callous to it, but again, a lot of us have families that work with the government, or our daughter works with the Border Patrol, and so they're just heavily overworked. And I've been out to the west, down on the river, been escorted down there with Border Patrol and state troopers, and it's scary in some of those places. I wouldn't go down there without them.
What do you think the solution is right now after the Supreme Court rules in favor of the federal government against the state? That seems like an absolute mess right there in the Lone Star State.
Yeah, I think it is. Abbott definitely has some work cut out for him. But I think if other governors around the country would just kind of suit up, and that's what it's going to take. It's just going to take more and more of the voice from more governors, I think.
Unfortunately, Katie Hobbs would not be one of those governors. Am I right?
No. No. And I tell you what, if Beto O'Rourke had become governor, oh man, I can't imagine what Texas would be like today.
I hear you. Unfortunately, I saw a meme on Truth Social that showed the border and then showed the border wide open and then a red carpet right into Texas. That's what it seems like right now.
They'll do that. We knew this was coming. Yeah, I have a daughter, and she works with Border Patrol. She knew what was happening. All our hotels were occupied by immigrants. You would pass through those hotels and those curtains were closed. They were getting fed from the best restaurants. They didn't want Walmart shoes and clothes. They would see your clothes like the text, and it's like, no, I want those, call my sponsor. So automatically they had an attorney already. And they would call the attorney, and it's like, I want those tennies. They would get them for them.
Something else, guys.
We knew. So by the time everybody landed up in the states up here, we knew they were being shipped at night because we would see them.
For a long time.
Yeah, they were going to police also.
Thank you, guys. Joe and Ira, thank you for seeing you here again in Nashua. Just saw them in Manchester at the Red Arrow Diner. As you see, I mean, people that live right there along the border dealing with this very serious situation. But I'll tell you, what a great time this is for New Hampshire tonight. First in the nation primary, President Trump comes out on top. One in Iowa, one in New Hampshire. Up next, as we know, Nevada on February 8th. But we're going to send it back inside here momentarily to Brian Glenn, who's live inside the watch party just over my shoulder as we are out here in the hotel in Nashua talking with various folks. Obviously a great night for the Trump team. I'm Matthew Alvarez. If you'd like to follow on Truth Social, let's send it to Brian Glenn right now.
Thank you, Matthew. And she's absolutely right. I mean, Trump is the only one that can really save this country. In terms of just the weaponized government, I was kind of going over some internal polling that was done by a company to asking them why they love President Trump so much. And it was that they can identify him, that they were ready for America First policies. But it's almost like the little guy versus the big guy, and how we've always been told, you know, how corrupt D.C. is. I mean, think about this. When people complain about Washington, D.C., and just how toxic it is, and how our politicians do nothing, and how people go to Washington and they just don't, all they do is bicker amongst one another, and nothing ever gets passed. And then they go back and go campaign for re-election, promising to fix all the problems, promising to turn things around, promising they're actually for the people, when actually we're for the system. And I think President Trump, and I said this years ago, that he kicked over the apple cart of the political corruption in Washington, D.C., and he exposed it. And he, for once, people felt like their elected official, President Trump, was doing exactly what he said he would do. His campaign, promises made, promises kept. I mean, do you remember that? Do you remember all the things he said he would do if he was elected? And of course, 2016, he had for the first 2 years, he had nothing but blockade from Speaker Paul Ryan and others in the Republican Party. We were our own worst enemy the first half of 2016. So a lot of the changes didn't necessarily happen until the second half of his presidency. So people want change, and people know that if President Trump says he's going to do something, he's going to fix a problem, he is absolutely going to do it. And you hear that from people. They don't trust anybody else. That's why all of these indictments, all of these allegations that have backed up with no facts, they are half-baked theories that once the information really comes out, you find out there's nothing to them. So every time that happens, it makes people, I would say, love him more. And it allows them to put up a defense mechanism that prevents them believing every single thing that comes out against them. And so they've done it to themselves. And I had a note here that said, Joe Biden is the Democrats' last hope to continue their corruption. I don't know if anybody else, their bench is not very deep. Imagine thinking that a man with his cognitive ability, his physical ability, is the best representation of your party in America right now. A man that President Trump often jokes about can't even find his way off a stage. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. And it's really interesting to think that Democrats right now think that Joe Biden is their best hope to save democracy. And I really find it interesting that Democrats often accuse President Trump of the biggest threat to democracy, when in fact they're the ones that have launched all these lawsuits. And you know what? Some of them, if they were so pressing, why weren't they announced years ago? Okay, why weren't they announced years ago? Music's dying down. Let's see if we get an announcement here. Nope, go right back into a song. I think we're intimate for the president. Just it's suspecting. We'll get back into the reasons why I think Joe Biden is not the future of this country and President Trump is. Here, talk about our newsletter. Go to rsbnetwork.com. The newsletter is one of the best ways to absolutely stay in touch with what we do here at this network, covering everything President Trump and everything America First agenda. Simply go to rsbnetwork.com, click on the newsletter. You can sign up. It's absolutely free. We're not going to sell your data. We're going to keep your privacy. And Grace Saldana, our editor-in-chief, Summer Lane, Alex Caldwell, they'll put stories together that matter. They make a difference. I mean, I get them on my phone every single day. Articles pushed out on our app and our website. They know what they're doing. They're not writing garbage. All right? Go check it out. Go sign up for our newsletter. It's free. Oh, plus, by the way, you're going to get exclusive offers that you can only find in our newsletter. rspnetwork.com/newsletter. I'm going to step aside. I feel like something's about to happen as we are live in New Hampshire for President Trump's victory party.
Gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know my...
All right, y'all, I'm going to mute out the music for copyright purposes. Ever since Trump's been winning, YouTube's been tagging me about the music, so we'll wait until the music passes so the YouTube don't trip, because they've been tripping. So let me see. Hold on 1 second. Yeah. We'll just wait until the music passes, because we don't want to have any discrepancies with old YouTube here. Oh, there we go. Let's check and see the music. Let me see the music. Music's still going. So yeah, I want to make sure that music is. Make sure the music is won't cause us any copyright issues. Y'all know YouTube is a no music zone. So shout out to Maurice. I was telling him that earlier. Hold on. I think he likes to let the music play out. I understand that. Okay, so just waiting on the music. Trump at 55, Haley at 44.2. Oh, we got Tim Scott. Oh man, Tim. Oh, we got Vivek Swamy. We got Tim Scott. We got Vivek Swamy. Oh, this is gonna be a good one. Okay, hold on, y'all. Hold on. This is gonna be a good one. Oh, and loud music. Okay, that's some long. Shout out to President Trump, man. He loves his music, but you know how YouTube gets down. You know how YouTube gets down. Okay. Oh, here we go. Oh, shit, here we go.
Thank you. Whoa. Well, I want to thank everybody. This is a fantastic state. This is a great, great state. You know, we won New Hampshire 3 times now. Three. We win it every time. We win the primary, we win the generals, we've won it, and it's a very, very special place to me. It's very important. If you remember in 2016, we came here and we needed that win, and we won by 21 points, and it was great. And today, I have to tell you, it was very interesting because I said, wow, what a great victory. But then somebody ran up to the stage all dressed up nicely when it was at 7, but now I just walked up and it's at 14. But she ran up when it was 7, and, you know, we have to do what's good for our party. And she was up, and I said, wow, she's doing like a speech like she won. She didn't win, she lost. And, you know, last week we had a little bit of a problem, and if you remember, Ron was very upset because she ran up and she pretended she won Iowa. And I looked around, I said, didn't she come in 3rd? Yeah, she came in 3rd. And then I looked at the polls. She was talking about most winnability, who's going to win, and I had one put up. I don't know if you see it, but I have one put up. We've won almost every single poll in the last 3 months against crooked Joe Biden, almost every poll. And she doesn't win those polls. And she doesn't win those. This is not your typical victory speech, but let's not have somebody take a victory when she had a very bad night. She had a very bad night. And you have the now very unpopular governor of this state. This guy, he's got to be on something. I've never seen anybody with energy. He's like hopscotch. And, you know, I'm watching this guy, and 2 weeks ago, he said, we're going to win in the landslide, we're going to win. About 3 days ago, he started saying, well, we want to do well. That's a big difference. But I walked out just now, we're 14 points up, and I don't know what it's going to be. But when she was up here, it was like 6 or 7. And, you know, with like 7% of the vote counted. Now, let me just tell you, we had an unbelievable week last week in Iowa. We set a record. It was the best in the history of the caucus, in the history. And I remember I sort of had the same feeling. I'm up and I'm watching, and I said, she's taking a victory lap. And we beat her so badly, but Ron beat her also. You know, Ron came in 2nd and he left. She came in 3rd and she's still hanging around. The other thing, she only got 25% of the Republican votes. I don't know if you saw that. Tremendous numbers of independents came out because in this state, because you have a governor that doesn't frankly know what the hell he's doing in this state, in the Republican primary, they accept Democrats to vote. In fact, I think they had 4,000 Democrats before October 6th. They already voted. Now, they're only voting because they want to make me look as bad as possible. Because if you remember, we won in 2016. And if you really remember, and if you want to play it straight, we also won in 2020. By more. And we did much better in 2020 than we did in 2016. But as they said, we lost by a whisker, just by a whisker. No. But we can't let that happen. You know, you have to have people that speak up. I said, I can go up and I can say to everybody, oh, thank you for the victory. It's wonderful. Or I can go up and say, who the hell was the imposter that went up on the stage before and like claimed a victory? She did very poorly, actually. She had to win. The governor said, she's going to win, she's going to win, she's going to win. Then she failed badly. Now I have here, if he promises to do it in a minute or less, but the only person more angry than, let's say me, but I don't get too angry, I get even. The only person because he was there, and he did fantastically well, by the way, and then he endorsed me. And we don't have to talk about Tim Scott, who, by the way, just got engaged, we have to tell you. And that's more important than all of this stuff. But a man that got to know her very well is Vivek. I said, Vivek, go up and say a few words about it. He has to do it in 1 minute or less, and then we're going to just say, we had one hell of a night tonight. One other thing, before Vivek comes, do you see that poll? We're going to put it up. We have beaten Biden. You could almost say, who can't? Who the hell can't? The man can't put two sentences together. He can't find the stairs off a stage. Who can't? But Vivek, 1 minute or less. Go do it, Vivek.
What we saw tonight is America first defeating America last. That's what we saw tonight. If you want America last, you can go to Joe Biden. You got another candidate still apparently in the Republican primary. Cut your Social Security to fork over more money to Ukraine so some kleptocrat can buy a bigger house. Go to Nikki Haley. But you know who delivered a double-digit victory tonight? It is a double-digit victory as of right now, is this man, Donald J. Trump, the leader of America First. And that means something. Now, USA and Donald Trump, America First. Now, I got 30 seconds left. I want to make this point here, okay? We got to say this right. What we see right now with her continuing in this race is the ugly underbelly of American politics, where the mega donors are trying to do one thing when we, the people, say another. And it's up to us, to we, the people, to at long last say, hell no. We, the people, create a government that is accountable to us. And we, the people, have said tonight we want, again, as we did in Iowa, Donald J. Trump. And so you want to actually speak truth. That's the truth tonight. And the only thing they're rooting for is an ugly thing that we don't want to see happen. That's what these people are rooting for, is playing to say long enough so the Reid Hoffmans and the ugly Democratic George Soros Jr.'s who are funding the lawsuits against Trump can prop up their puppet. We say no to that vision. I say the general election begins tonight, and this man will win it in a landslide. God bless you, Donald J. Trump. Vote Trump, USA.
Very nice. Wasn't that nice? So this was a great evening, and I want to thank everybody in the audience, and I want to thank the people that are standing behind me. You know, I think we called it right. Immigration's a big deal, a very big deal. We have millions and millions of people flowing into our country illegally. We have no idea who the hell they are. They come from prisons, and they come from mental institutions, and it's just killing our country. And I'm talking about millions and millions and millions. They are drug dealers. They're everybody. And they come in just like walking right through. There's nobody to check, and there's nobody to vet. And we have a man with us tonight, Tom Homan, who is central casting. He's central casting. And I'd like you to say a few words about the border and who's going to solve that problem and how quick are we going to do it, Tom? Go ahead, please.
Look, I worked for 6 presidents, not Ronald Reagan, and every president I ever worked for did something to secure the border. But no one did more than President Trump. The most secure border in my lifetime. The most secure border we've ever seen. And Donald Trump's going to do it again. We're going to lock the border down, and we're going to protect Americans. Because what's happening at the border right now, a record number of Americans have died from fentanyl poisoning. A record number of migrants have died. A record number of women and children have been sex trafficked. A record number of known suspected terrorists across the border. There's one man who's proven he can secure the border, and he's standing to my left, Donald J. Trump. He's going to do it again.
Thank you very much, Tom. So
This is an evening that I will not forget because it's the third time. But more importantly, I think it's going to be the most important time. We won both. It was, I think somebody said if you win both, they've never had a loser. Let me put it that way. When you win Iowa and you win New Hampshire, they've never had a loss. There's never been. So we're not going to be the first, I can tell you. And I just do want to reiterate the polls. We're way up on everybody. We're way up on Biden. And over the last couple of months, if you check, and you have to remember, in 2016, they were saying, oh, what does he know about elections? He's not going to win. He can't win. He can't. Well, we won. And we got millions, and you can check this, and I hope the cameras don't turn off because they hate this, but we got millions and millions of more votes the second time. Right, Mr. Congressman? Millions and millions of more votes. And but we had COVID, and they used COVID to cheat, and they did a lot of other things too. We're not going to let that happen. And that's still going along. We don't forget. You can never forget history, because if you forget, you never recover from it, and you repeat, and we're not going to repeat. We're going to have the greatest election success. We're going to turn our country around. If you take a look throughout the history of our country, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of this not great country right now, it's a country in decline, it's a troubled country, it's a failing country, frankly. But if you took the 10 worst presidents and put them together, the 10 worst, absolutely 10 worst, I used to say 5. Remember I started, I'd say 5. Then I said, wait a minute, we can add another 5. They would not have done the damage that crooked Joe Biden has done to our wonderful country. They would not have done the damage. There's never been anything like it. And you say, are they stupid people? I don't think so, because nobody can cheat that well if they're stupid. Do they hate our country? They must hate our country, because there's no other reason that they can be doing the things they do. Take a look. The taxes, they want to raise your taxes times 4. They want to let the Trump tax cuts, the biggest tax cuts in the history of our country, they want them to expire. Your taxes are going to go through the roof. You take a look at regulations. They're throwing regulations. You can't breathe. You can't even breathe with what they're doing. You take a look at our border. So bad. There's never been a border like this in the world. 4 years ago, we had the safest, best border in the United States. I built hundreds of miles of border wall. And they always say, oh, he didn't build hundreds of miles, because if there's a board laying on the ground, they say that's a renovation. They call it a renovation. If there's 2 nails laying from 50 years ago, they say, oh, that was a renovation. These are very dishonest people, and you're always fighting them. And just a little note to Nikki. She's not going to win. She's not going to win. But if she did, she would be under investigation by those people in 15 minutes. And I could tell you 5 reasons why already. Not big reasons. A little stuff that she doesn't want to talk about. But she will be under investigation within minutes. And so would Ron have been. But he decided to get out. He decided to get out. Now, Vivek, I don't think would be at all, because he's perfect, right? And Tim Scott, I know would never. That's no chance. Hey, Tim, do you want to say something? Come on. Come on. I want him to say something.
New Hampshire. The president said a double-digit win in New Hampshire, and you delivered a double-digit win for President Trump. But I'm going to invite you to my home state starting tomorrow, where this election is over. It is time for the Republican Party to coalesce around our nominee and the next president of the United States, Donald Trump. Let's get that party started tonight.
What a good guy. What a good man he is. But just remember, I did hear Nikki say, and now it's off to South Carolina. Well, I love South Carolina. I love it. But, you know, she forgot one thing. She forgot one thing. Next week, it's Nevada. Next week, it's Nevada. It's not South Carolina. We love South Carolina, but next week, it's Nevada. And I'm pleased to announce we just won Nevada. We just won 100%. Because all of them, they looked at it and they took polls, and I was polling at 95% to 4 or 5%, and they decided not to play in Nevada. So we just won Nevada. We have a man from Nevada here, Steve Wynn, wherever he may be, and John Paulson, the great John Paulson, made plenty of money in Nevada. Doesn't live there, but he makes a hell of a lot of money. He makes money everywhere he goes, actually. So money machine. Well, maybe we'll put you, you know what? Put him at Treasury. You want to make a little money? Let's put you. Anyways, good to have you guys. But we go to Nevada, and that's been won. So we pick up all of those delegates. And then we do go to South Carolina, where we've done really well, where I've done well. We have a great governor and lieutenant governor and great everything, because almost every one of them have endorsed me. 2 great senators, which is hard. I mean, did you ever think that she actually appointed you, Tim? And think of it, appointed, and you're the senator of his state, and she endorsed me. You must really hate her. No, it's a shame. It's a shame. Uh-oh.
I just love you.
No, that's why he's a great politician. That's why he's a great politician. So this is a great evening, and it is, you know, we are going to Nevada for a little while. We're not going to have to do too much. We have a great team there, but it's a team that we can now send someplace else. They did a fantastic job, but and it's a fantastic place, really a fantastic place. But we'll be leaving there very quickly. We'll head out to South Carolina, where I think we're going to win easily. I think we're 50 points up, 5-0. 5-0, 50 points up on a person that was governor. That tells you something. But I felt I should do this because I find in life you can't let people get away with bullshit, okay? You can't. You just can't do that. And when I watched her in the fancy dress that probably wasn't so fancy come up, I said, what's she doing? We won. And she did the same thing last week, but he was much more angry about it than I was. I said, get up there and you let him know. We are going to win this. We have no choice. If we don't win, I think our country is finished. I do. I believe our country is finished. We have an opportunity to do something so amazing. And the good news, and the reason we have such support, the best numbers I've ever had, the reason we have support is because they are so bad at what they're doing and so evil, and they're destroying our country. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank this group of people. We will never forget you. We will never forget. And I made a pledge. I made a pledge to your state that you have the highest energy costs in the country. In the first year, they're going to be reduced by 50% because we are going to drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill. Inflation's going to come way down. But in the first year, your energy costs are going down by 50%. Thank you very much. We love you. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon. We'll see you on the trail. And thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. We will see you on the trail. Thanks.
Thank you, Carolyn. Oh man, thank y'all, man. I was muted out, man. Oh shoot. Oh, hey. Um, I am native, autistic. Oh, my bad, y'all. I'm. Yeah, I was muted. Sorry about that. And probably got echo now, but at least y'all can hear me. So, man, shout out to Native. Shout out to Joker. Shout out to Carolyn. Shout out to MD. So what I was saying, y'all, was that basically in Nevada, to the people of Nevada, they're gonna have a primary and oh, we got Angel. Hey, well, Angel, what's up, man? Oh shoot, let me get him on. What's going on, man? Hey.
I think I was on here a few months ago for the first time there. But yeah, you were muted for a moment there, but you fixed it.
Yeah. That was my fault, man. I wasn't even paying attention. Yeah, but hey, they said, Angel, they're gonna have a primary and a caucus in Nevada. What I mean,
I haven't heard that, but if they are going to be having like both the caucus and the primary, I mean, anything is possible if you ask me. But at the same time, I don't think I've ever heard of a caucus and a primary being held at the same time there. If it's going to be at the same period of the same day in Nevada, or unless if it's going to be on separate days there.
okay, yeah, they mentioned it, and I was just like, so I hope the people in Nevada, whatever, I hope they get that straightened out because it sounds very confusing, but we'll see, but.
I mean, more information will come as it gets closer, obviously, and as the caucuses and primaries continue, the dates will be more so released as the year goes along in terms of this year's election. But at the same time, there's no like real confirmation from as far as the caucus and the primary in Nevada. But I always keep up with the latest politics.
Okay, good. So now Trump beats out Nikki Haley double digits. Nikki Haley says she's still not dropping out, man. What's your take on that, Angel?
I mean, I just think she's like too afraid to wait. Let me fix that. She thinks that she's gonna win, but in reality, she's already losing for what it is there. And as far as the double digits, I've saw the status of your stream when I first tuned in, and it was like 55 Trump, 45 Haley, or somewhere around there, and it was very close. But at the same time, if she loses the next primary or caucus, it's kind of like really why is she still in the race?
I don't know, man. I think, man, my suspicion, Angel, is that I guess she wants to, get as much money as possible. And even though she knows she's not going to lose, she'll still take whatever little dollars and cents she can get left. I don't know. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah.
Because they'll still give her money as long as she's in the race. But so that's what I'm thinking. Because it makes no sense, man. Like you said, you had Ron DeSantis who was ahead of her and he dropped out. And so, but she wants to keep going. She just wants to keep going, which is crazy. It's crazy to me. So now, I've been looking at the polls, and all the way up until today, until this thing today, they were saying that Trump was ahead of Biden in Pennsylvania. Now they're saying Biden shot past Trump. Man, I don't know. I think that's a tactic, but what do you think about that?
They said that Trump was ahead of Biden in what state again?
In Pennsylvania.
I mean, if Pennsylvania is a Democrat state, I would think Biden be ahead in the polls. But at the end of it, it's not really like any true numbers or anything, because polls just like survey the people there. But at the end of it, it depends on if the actual people that answer the polls, like how when people vote on a poll on your community tab wall here on YouTube. It's just a matter of like a thought opinion of who's the best candidate in terms of like the timing of the election year here. But if things are to be as they are in Pennsylvania, then it almost feels like a repeat of the whole 2016 election when Hillary was ahead in Pennsylvania, but Trump won the state of Pennsylvania when it came to the election day.
Very good point. I'm glad you brought that up, Angel. I totally forgot about that. That's a very good point. Also, Angel, have you been keeping up with the whole Fani Willis case here in Georgia?
No, I've heard about it, but I just don't know the deep history of Fani Willis.
So Nathan Wade, who Fani Willis hired to be the head prosecutor, there's like a sex scandal going on between them. They're saying that they were involved with each other, and that violates ethics. That violates the DA's ethics. And so the Georgia Senate is now going after her for violation, and they want to get her disbarred because of that. So that's what's going on here in Georgia. I'm in Georgia, so I've been keeping up with that.
Obviously, it's a major headline throughout the state of Georgia where you live at, because any headline that happens when you live at is like spread across there, and some headlines go national there in the terms of like the Fani Willis case. But at the same time, like as I said, I haven't been keeping up or been reading or hearing too much, but I know other YouTube content creators that I'm subscribed to have covered Fani Willis over the last 7 days or so when it was first reported. But if the things continue in terms of bringing us I wouldn't really call it justice, but just in terms of like bringing the whole case toward Fani Willis is kind of like how the Democrats in the states earlier this month, where they removed Trump from the ballot, is like how they're trying to remove her from the system or whatever.
Good point. Right. Good point.
I know I've kept up with the whole ballot thing, but I think 6 states as of right now have removed Trump from the ballot. But I know Republican states are like removing Biden off the ballot in the same formation that is retaliating against the Democrats.
That is correct. I know the Supreme Court was supposed to make a decision on it, but I guess that was like literally, Angel, that was like 2 weeks ago when they said, okay, well, I know Colorado said that they were going to let the Supreme Court handle it. And I believe Maine, because, Maine, the Secretary of State just took Trump off. And so the Supreme Court was supposed to make a decision, but man,
I mean, obviously it went to the Supreme Court, but has it gotten in front of the Supreme Court, or have they gotten to it there? Because obviously there's many cases that the Supreme Court see and hears every single day during the session or the timing of the Supreme Court when they're in oath and all that there. Because I think during the summer or sometime during the year, there's a 3 to 4 month break period that the Supreme Court has. And there's so much that they have to scramble and go through. And I don't know if the whole ballot case has reached the desk or the eyes of the Supreme Court as of yet.
Okay, okay. Well, yeah, like I said, I guess it takes time. I guess, Angel, I'm not used to. I mean, I'm not used to hearing about cases, but I guess with the Supreme Court, I guess I haven't really paid attention. So I guess this is the norm. So you're saying this is like the norm, them taking their time and all that?
Pretty much, there in some cases are more faster than others.
Okay. Okay. So I'm assuming they got a boatload of cases that they have to look at.
Pretty much it's like there's the tiered system, or however that they go, like step 1, step 2, step 3, etc., or whatever the process is.
Okay. Let's see. Now, what state are you in, Angel?
Arizona.
Oh, you're in Arizona. Okay, so when you guys have your primary, are you guys part of Super Tuesday, or how does that work?
I'm not too sure if Arizona is part of Super Tuesday, but I didn't vote the last election in 2020. I didn't vote for the first time until the 2022 midterms, when I finally decided to vote there, because I turned 18 in 2008, and I didn't even vote in my first official year of there, and when I turned 18 in 08. And then if you go from that to the midterms of 2010, didn't vote then the 2012 the election, didn't vote then, the 2014, etc., just every 2 years. I didn't vote up until the 2022 midterm there, because I just want to feel like what it was like giving my sorry if I'm starting a lot.
You're good,
like having my voice to vote.
Okay. So, I'm trying to think. But Trump is on the ballot, though, right?
Here in Arizona, yeah.
Okay. What about Biden? Biden's on the ballot too?
Yep, he's still in the ballot for Arizona.
Okay. So they pretty much on the up and up. They're not having any issues as far as trying to take people off ballots. Okay, well that's good news to hear, Angel. That's really good news. Yeah. What time is it there in Arizona?
7:58 p.m. Are you on the East Coast?
Yeah, East Coast, yeah.
So it would almost be 10 o'clock where you're at.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. About 2 minutes away. Yep. Yeah, Angel. But hey, man, Angel, because I gotta get up early in the morning, but I'm man, come on the show more often, man. I'm gonna have I know that we got a time difference, but I want you to come back on because I want to talk about some, well, I guess I need to ask you first. Do you ever look at international news?
Not really.
No, okay, that's fine. The
only stuff that I follow is whatever is headlined there or reported about from all the sources I read and all the channels that I watch there.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, because I wanted to touch on the Ukraine situation. I think they're trying to wrap it up, but again, if they don't wrap it up, I know Trump will get elected. He'll wrap it up quicker than what Biden is doing because Biden is dragging his feet. And then he got the whole Israel situation. So yeah, man, I'll most likely do another show tomorrow around, let's see, we 3 hours different. So around 10, 11, 12. So around 10 a.m. your time.
Which would be 8 a.m. my time.
I tell you what, when's the time? What good time that When's a good time? Well, you work tomorrow, or what time do you get up in the morning?
I usually get up at around 8 or 9 a.m. in the morning.
Okay, but you got to go to work though.
Not as of right now. There, I'm looking for another job.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Getting off from Walmart, homie. Oh, let me. Yo, Paul G, if you want to hit the panel, man, I'll send you an invite, bro. I'm gonna send you an invite so we can chop it up. I'm glad you got off work, Paul G. Boy, okay, Paul G. If you get a chance, you can come on. So Angel, what I'm gonna do, what I'll do, I'm gonna give Paul G a chance to come on before I get on.
right.
Tomorrow, like I said, I wanna. Now, how's I mean, as far as like Arizona, I mean, you got, I mean, I'm gonna try tomorrow. Oh, okay, he's gonna get rest. Okay, so he's getting off, so he's gonna be here tomorrow too. Okay, so Paul G tomorrow, Angel tomorrow. What we'll do, I'll set up a show. But you said you get up at 8 a.m. But I'm gonna give everybody
It will
a
be
chance.
10 a.m. Your time, 8 a.m. mine. There.
How about if I go on 12 o'clock my time, noon? That'll be what time for you?
And yeah, then by then I will be up in the morning and all that.
Okay, cool. So I'm thinking 12:30. That way it gives you a chance, get situated, and that way, yeah, we can all like start this again tomorrow. Cause yeah, man. But yeah, man, I'm glad that you came on, man. Shout out to you. Shout out to Paul G, man. I want to definitely get y'all take on this, man. Shout out to Joker. Yeah, man. Thanks, Angel.
Bye.
All right, peace, brother. Shout out to Paul G. Shout out to Joker. Shout out to Angel, who just left. Shout out to Carolyn. Shout out to Carolyn. I got your invite on Facebook. Shout out to Kelly and her dog Nipsey. Shout out to Son. Shout out to Maurice. Maurice, boy, Kelly got a hard-working man. He don't never do no night shows. He like me. He do the shows in the daytime, but when he come home, he be ready. Maurice and Kelly, y'all gotta understand, like tag team. I don't never see Kelly in the morning. I see Maurice, but when Maurice do his thing, he gets off work, and then Kelly tags Kelly in, and then she takes over the night shift. So, man, shout out to Kelly. Shout out to Maurice. Man, shout out to Josh. Shout out to Jizosh. Shout out to, shout out to MD, man. MD was a good sport. Let's see. Shout out to MD. Shout out to Angel. I hope you're on your best behavior. This is my friend Black Sun, so please be respectful. Oh, no. He's good. He reminds me of my friend Christopher, man. Christopher. He looks just like my friend Christopher. Shout out to Angel, man. Except Christopher's a little bit older. Christopher's like in his late 30s, early 40s. But yeah, he looked like a young version of my friend Christopher, Mr. Gonzalez. Shout out to Darkness. Shout out to Deacon of Reality. I believe I saw Twin. Yeah, I saw Twin. Twin's in here. Shout out to Deacon. Yep, salute to Angel, man. And like I said, Paul G, man. Shout out to Paul G, man. Shout out to Paul G, man. In fact, I'm glad that you vote for Biden and you work at Walmart, because I'm going to grill you about damn Walmart. Ever since these Democrats goddamn came into power, man, they stopped selling air guns. Democrats are so anti-gun, they stopped selling air guns and pellets. Like, how am I supposed to go hunting? We gonna talk about that, Paul G. Like I say, you can vote for Biden. I'm voting for Trump, but we gonna talk about Walmart and them banning air guns. Like who's gonna rob a bank with an air gun? Yeah, Paul G is a funny dude, man. Deegan, you already know he's a fun dude. Also, Underrated Darkness. Let us know. I think Angel sent him an invite. I'm not sure. So we need to get in touch with Angel Snapping Up 7. I think Darkness sent him a thing. So we're waiting for a reply for Angel Snapping Up 7, man. Shout out to Angel. Shout out to Kelly. Hey, man. Hey, y'all. Trump got it, man. So Nikki Haley, she's still fighting. She's still fighting, man. Nikki, please get out the way so we can take on Joe Biden. We got to fight Joe Biden. We have to fight Joe Biden right now because Joe Biden's already doing the dirty trick. So we got to fight him. Let's see. I want to get Arthur over here. MD would like him. Okay, definitely. Yeah, we need Kelly. We need to get Arthur over here so he can spar with MD because MD just be ready to just debate everybody, man. And you know, I'm just like, when some things are just too obvious, like Nikki Haley losing, it just I can't do it with MD. You know what I'm saying? Now there's legitimate debates I'll have with MD, but MD he capping at this point, man. So yeah, please get Arthur over here. Arthur's a Democrat. Oh, good. Please bring him over here, Kelly, so him and MD, he can keep MD busy. Because goddamn MD nipping on my heels, man. And I'm like, MD. MD, please, settle down now. So, yeah. Oh, and I think MD's got a debate coming up next week with Trevor, Venkat, and Mike, man. So that should be interesting. They're still on the whole blackity black debate. Like, oh my gosh. Y'all know that whole blackity black thing wore me out. Deacon, it was either Deacon or Twin saying, dang, Shabaka's still talking about, damn, he's still running his mouth. Shabaka, you have no melanin. Nothing more to discuss. You have no melanin. So we need more diversity for real. Yeah. Not only your friend Arthur, but guess what, Kelly? We got what's his name? Hold on. Give me 1 second. Paul G is a Democrat supporter, so we're gonna have Paul G on here too. So we have 2 Democrats. I love it. And Kelly, that GTO, she's way to the left. She supports the same guy your son supported. I forgot the guy's name, man. No. Your son supports RFK. GTO supports what's that damn communist dude? What's his damn name with the afro? I forgot his damn name. Oh, I forgot his name. Let's see. Josh said, boom, Trump rules. Absolutely, Josh. You already know it. Mo said he's still mad at you with your black supremacy. No. Kelly, tell Mo we are on the same side. I was on the light-skinned brothers who were for black supremacy. They're light-skinned brothers who were for black supremacy. That's who I was like looking sideways at. Like, how are you black supremacy and you light-skinned? That's all I was saying. So, no, Kelly, me, you, and Mo, we on the same side. I'm too tired right now. And the reason I'm so tired right now is I had energy. When I found out that Nikki Haley wasn't conceding, I was just like, oh gosh. Blame Nikki Haley for this. I'm tired right now because she won't concede. Kelly, I have more energy, but Nikki Haley won't concede. Like, you lost, Nikki Haley. And so that drained my energy. So, yeah, shout out to Mo, man. Shout out to Mo. Maurice, man. But no, we're on the same team. Me, you, and Mo, we on the same team. Trust me, we are on the same team. We are on the same team. So, yeah, he's still mad at you with your black supremacy. Kelly, I'm not a black supremacist. So, but anywho, but I know some light-skinned people that are black supremacists, so I just had to let them know. But I'm not a black supremacist, but I won't even get into that, Kelly. I'm too tired. Blame Nikki Haley. It's Nikki Haley's fault. She won't concede. Once she concedes, I'll be back to my old self. But right now, I'm just like, oh God. So I need to get some rest because Nikki Haley is still wanting to campaign against Trump. Like, stop it, Nikki Haley. Stop it. What are you doing? What are you doing, Nikki Haley? Cut it out. Callie, oh shit, Callie's up here, man. I don't know, most liberals has been showing a lot lately. That is true, Callie. That is true. That is true, Callie. Let's see, Josh, and Josh should have a good word that Trump has smooth balls of the 30 years old and only getting stronger. Oh, man, yeah, Trump got this, man. Trump got it. But I know Trump is annoyed because I'm annoyed by Nikki Haley right now. Like, Nikki Haley is really annoying me. Like, you done lost twice and you still talking about you. Oh, God. Nikki Haley, just go away. Nikki Haley, go away. Shout out to Callie. Shout out to Josh. Shout out to Callie. Callie into his house. Callie in the house. Oh man, we got Twin into his house. Shout out to Twin. Hey y'all. Again, I apologize. Nikki has drained all my energy. Nikki has drained my energy, guys. She has drained my energy. We thought tonight she would do a little concession speech, but no. She wants to go on. Oh man, Ken Paxton for VP. Ken Paxton. Okay. Kelly shows Josh's. Okay. Ken Paxton. Kelly Paxton. It's anybody's guess, Kelly. It's anybody's guess. Because, I mean, at this point, I want to say I think it's Tim Scott. But Ken Paxton, hey, you know. I mean, what can I say? What can I say, man? Kelly, man, USA. Man, thank y'all, man, for coming out, man. Y'all go subscribe to Maurice's channel. Go subscribe to Kelly's channel. Subscribe to Underrated Darkness channel and subscribe to Angel Snupnup channel, Angel Snupnup 7's channel. And man, who else did I miss, man? Who else am I missing, man? If I miss anybody, I do apologize. Angry Snowman, I ain't seen him in a while, man. He ain't did the show in a while. I need to see how he's doing. Who could ever serve a term with Trump and then 2 more consecutive terms? Oh, okay. I'm gonna look into him. I'm gonna look into him, Kelly. He might be on to something. I don't get why Democrats don't feel disenfranchised. Yo, I'm wondering the same thing since all the way back with Bernie Sanders. Josh, if Bernie Sanders didn't wake them up, because they cheated Bernie Sanders, like the whole election fraud started way before Hillary or Trump or whatever. They did Bernie Sanders dirty. So if they didn't wake up to Bernie Sanders, I guess they'll never wake up. I guess it's sad to say that. It's sad to say that, Josh, but I think if they didn't wake up to Bernie Sanders, they'll never wake up. Because Bernie Sanders, that was the wake-up call. Like, Bernie Sanders should have been the red flag. So if Bernie Sanders didn't wake them up, I don't think they will ever wake up. That's what I think, Josh. That's my opinion. I don't think they'll ever wake up, man. Because the way they did Bernie was a blatant cheating. That was blatant cheating. So yeah, man. You know. Let's see. Why aren't Dems upset about no DNC debates? It's sad. It's really sad. It's really, really sad because, I mean, again, oh, I heard they had to write in Biden tonight in the ballot because they took him off the ballot or some shit. I don't know. In New Hampshire, don't quote me on it, but they did have to do a write-in. I don't even know. So I don't even know the results of how Biden did tonight. You know, they don't get a primary or anything. Yeah, that's crazy, Josh. That's crazy. Let's see. Let me get you. Man, y'all gonna have to come up here. I'm gonna have to give y'all damn Kelly and Josh. I'm gonna have to make y'all. Yeah, Josh. I'm gonna have to make you a dang admin, brother. I'm gonna have to make you an admin because you're on a different time. I'm gonna have to make you an admin. What's going on, man?
What's going on, man? I figure I'd just jump here and I don't see how they could even write Biden in. They were all voting for Kari Lake. Or I mean Nikki Haley.
Yep.
It's a sad day of affairs, man. All this shit coming out. The Democrats are just taking it like we're not going to run anybody. There's nothing. This is what you get, and this is it. I don't see why they're not pissed off and up in arms.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, Josh. It's crazy.
Is that echo on my end or your end? Hello? Now I hear nothing. There we go.
Okay, sorry about that, Josh. Yeah, it took me a minute to log in. Yeah, now what are you saying, Josh? I'm sorry.
I'm saying that everything that's going on, man, the Democrats should be pissed.
Some crab salad.
They should be. Yeah, they should be, Josh. It's crazy. Look, but you know, they've been doing this since Bernie Sanders. I was like, yo, they not out. I mean, hell. But my thing was if they weren't we lost Josh. We lost Josh. But yeah, man, Josh makes a good point, man. He don't understand why they're, you know, could say they was discrepancies with the primary date, so they didn't register. Wow. Dementia forgot. Oh man. Yeah, that's crazy. All right, man. So shout out to Josh, man. Shout out to Josh, man. Shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate y'all, man. And I thank y'all for coming out, man. Josh, we're gonna have to. Josh, Angel, Callie, y'all out on the West Coast, man. I'm gonna have to give y'all. Callie, do you got a show? YouTube channel? Because we need to subscribe to your channel. All my West Coast people, everybody on the Midwest and East West Coast, I'm gonna have to subscribe to y'all channel, and we're gonna have to do this thing in shifts because y'all got me some nice numbers tonight, man. And I hate to. I need somebody who I can tag in, man, because y'all know. I noticed, man, once at a certain time, y'all come on in, man. And it's like, damn, do all my people on the West Coast, man, y'all, I'm gonna have to get y'all. Nope, YouTube doesn't allow me to even upload. I'm banned from stream. Damn. Oh man, Callie, shit. Damn, because I need somebody on the West Coast, man, to tag in. I need somebody to tag in, man. Either you, Josh. Yeah, I need somebody to tag in because y'all be getting it cracking, man. I love it. Y'all be getting it cracking. And you know, I need somebody to burn the midnight oil on the arena, man. Let's see, I speak too much truth. Nah, they no liking me. You must have been talking about the C-19 there, Callie. The jab, the jab, the jab, the jab. Shout out to Cali, man. Yeah, Cali. Yeah, they don't wanna, they don't like that medical information getting out there. Yeah, I can understand that. But yeah. I mean, I've been shadow banned, so I'm on Discord and X. Okay. Um, put your information, cause I'm on X. You know what? I'm trying to think if I should Discord and X. I I need to reassign my Discord, but I have X. I heard they're starting to stream videos on X too. So, um, yeah, man, it's been so long since I've been on X, but I'm streaming from X now. I had to achieve my passcode. So yeah, man. So hey, y'all. So man, shout out to Cali, man. Shout out to Joker. Man, I'm glad everybody, man, tuned in, man. Shout out to MD for being a good sport, even though Nikki has not conceded. Oh man, that's so draining. That is so draining. Um, really, man, I don't know why well, we know why she stays in because she's getting money. She's still getting money. So I just hope the people who now supporting, well, as long as MD understands it, man. I just don't want MD capping for damn Nikki Haley. As long as MD don't cap for Nikki Haley, then Nikki Haley you can stay in. Just you ain't gonna win shit, but yeah. I can send you my email from Josh. Okay, cool. Can't drop links. I'll tell you what, Callie. I'm gonna leave my email with you. The arena ATL at gmail.com. Boom. Hit me up on my email, Callie, and we're gonna try to we're gonna brainstorm. Cause like I said, if you're on X, but they ban you from StreamYard, that's weird. But hit me up, man. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. We'll see what we can damn get cracking here because yeah, I like to stream your shows. I'm trying to think. We're gonna see if there could be like a reach around or something, brother. Like a reach around, cause where there's a will, there's a way, brother. Where there's a will, there's a way. All right, y'all. All right, y'all, man. I gotta get going. It's like almost 10:30 here. Man, I'm gonna be up tomorrow, but for y'all on the West Coast, I'll try to go on as late as possible in the morning. So subscribe, hit the bell. Like I said, I'm probably going around. I'll try to go on at 1. That way it's 11 o'clock y'all time. That way y'all get situated, eat breakfast, and get, I know Angel's not working, but some of y'all might be at work or preparing to get to work. It rained here. It's cold, so I probably won't get back to work until Thursday. So I'm going to do a show tomorrow. Okay, have a great night, man. Thank you, man. Much love. God bless you all. Shout out to everybody, man. We out, y'all. And peace. Peace. Let me give a little outro. Let me get a little outro, man. Let me get a little outro. There we go. Peace, y'all.